need to finish what I say first.
Bro, like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I haven't been with Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay, I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. St. Charles County, Missouri, Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. Going back to school is always a stressful proposition, but in America, the greatest threat to a child's education is white supremacy. On September 23rd, security cameras at Francis Howell High School in St. Charles County, Missouri captured images of a man entering several of the classrooms and bathrooms in the school, including several of the foreign language classrooms. This man wrote racially derogatory and even threatening statements on the bathroom walls and stalls, and sexually explicit words in the classrooms. According to the police report, a biracial student was the first to report the graffiti that was written. It was racial slurs and violent threats toward the African American community in general. The student immediately reported it to the school counselors and took photos of the vandalism. When the police responded, they watched the surveillance video. Only one person went into the classrooms and restrooms at any time. The school custodian, identified as Tyler Carter. The guy who's supposed to be making sure the place was clean was the one who was making it a mess. Police obtained a handwriting sample from Carter and determined that it was similar to the graffiti. After Mirandizing him, Tyler admitted to his crime, as well as pouring chemicals on items in custodial closets. He said that he was tired of cleaning graffiti left by the students. When asked why he targeted the black community with his slurs and threats, he said it was because he thought the graffiti in the past had been left by black students. He also claimed that he had been bullied by black students when he was in school, because of course he was. Carter was arrested and charged with second-degree property damage and harassment motivated by discrimination to frighten or disturb. At last report, he was being held on a $50,000 bond. Now, predictably, because the targets of this racial harassment were black, they didn't charge this guy with a hate crime, which is what he should have been charged with. These are terroristic threats the whole 9 yards. I posted for you on Twitter about how there was an incident at Syracuse University where someone had decided to throw a bag of pork into a Jewish frat house. That resulted in hate crimes charges. So some reprobate decides to vandalize the walls at a school where black children go to, putting up messages about murdering and killing, and that doesn't warrant a hate crimes charge, but throwing some pork into somebody's Jewish frat house does. This is what should count as prosecutorial misconduct. Whenever prosecutors have perfect grounds to actually apply a case, but they just decide, well, we're not going to do it because we don't have the right victims. What does that mean? Well, the victims are black in this case. So we're not going to have anybody thinking we're going to be enforcing the law on their behalf. The school superintendent gave the predictable, insincere apology, all of the empty PR rhetoric, but you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't the first racial scandal that this school system's had.
Wow. Mitchell Long can't stop thinking about it. Last Thursday, he found a noose hanging from this restroom stall inside Francis Howell Central School Athletic Stadium. Long is a father of 2 in the district.
I was like, are we really doing this? This can't be real. I'm tripping.
Long says he grabbed another parent to witness what he saw. They snapped photos and alerted coaches immediately, who Long says were apologetic. But he says the school and district leadership failed. The district tells First Alert 4 it doesn't tolerate hate, adding they don't believe this is a racially motivated incident. Long says school leaders told him a kid was in a crisis. I asked the district about that Monday. It had no further comment.
We have a pattern of racial incidents incidents in our district that is increasing, right? We have a rise in these incidents.
Jamie Martin is with Francis Howell Forward, a group of parents advocating for inclusivity in the district.
No matter the reason a noose is hanging in the bathroom, it can't be good.
Francis Howell Forward would like to see the district's equity committee as well as the resolution against racism and discrimination restored.
5 on Your Side has followed other incidents involving the Francis Howell School District in the past year. Last year, a noose was found hanging in the bathroom behind the Francis Howell Central High School football field. The school board also reversed a ban on educational materials that included hate speech. And recently, the board voted to ban Black Studies courses, prompting protests and walkouts. Leaders later reinstated them with some modifications.
So, in the past, the school system's been the site of nooses being left to intimidate black students, and you got a school board that's been doing their own pathetic impersonation of moron DeSantis's performative extremism. Black students have to be on full alert, as do their parents. And stop expecting the racists who have miseducated black children for over 100 years to decide to suddenly educate them now. We keep trying to have faith in bigots, and that doesn't work. This reprobate was sneaking into the bathrooms that these children use. Somebody should be trying to find out if he was leaving anything else in those bathrooms besides graffiti. And yeah, I'm talking about cameras. As surely as night follows day, these white supremacists can always be counted on to engage in the lowest and the basest of sexual degeneracy. When somebody stoops so low as to threaten children, you really can't put anything past them. The entire reason that racists like this pull these stunts is precisely because they know that they have the open approbation and support of the so-called administrators. That's the reason why these creeps never get fired. They just get transferred from one place to another. They depend on that, they rely on that, because that's what white supremacy is, a system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that they're going to be insulated from what should be the natural consequences of their behavior. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. But as disgusting as this incident was, it's not even the worst one that's come to light this week. I posted on Twitter about how in Ron DeSantis' Florida, you had an even more grotesque example of black children being targeted. You had 6-year-old Legend Walker, who made the mistake of telling his white school teacher that he had had a birthday recently. The white teacher at his school decided to turn the happy birthday song into a racist anthem of disrespect to this black child.
Legend Whitaker just turned 6 years old.
Can we sing happy birthday to you?
Happy birthday to you. You live in the zoo. You look like a monkey, and you smell like one too.
I don't like stuff like that.
Legend says the song hurt his feelings. His mother, Desiree Prather, says the teacher sent her the video, and she went straight to the main office. In a letter to the school board, Prather asked for an apology, immediate disciplinary action, and counseling for her son. After receiving no response, she decided to show up in person.
Daddy just kept saying it's an active investigation. They can't answer no questions or anything like that.
This is an elementary school child that this animal pulled this stunt with. This racist puke was the one who made this video, by the way. First of all, teachers are not supposed to be taking videos of the children without their permission to begin with. There's rules and regulations regarding precisely that kind of behavior. And secondly, predictably, the white school authorities are taking the side of the racist and circling the wagons to protect her. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to hope that this all just blows over and goes away. These kinds of acts of open racial hostility in the schools against black children is precisely the reason that moron DeSantis and Chris Rufo pushed all their lies and all the phony hysteria about critical race theory, making up fairy tales falsely claiming that there were teachers saying that white children were this, that, or a third, when it never happened. Because whenever they would spout their little made-up stories, they couldn't tell you who the teacher was or the school where these alleged incidents happened, but they were supposed to be real, right? They were actually nothing but lies meant to give cover to white racists to pursue a blatant anti-black agenda, making up false stories about white children in school being disparaged so they could lay the groundwork to deliberately target black children for that kind of treatment, because that's what it was always meant to be, a justification of what they wanted to do, and they knew that everybody would understand it and be in on it. None of these people are doing this accidentally. There's a program at work here. And they don't give a rip about white children at all. If they did, they'd be doing something about all of these school shootings that it's white shooters carrying out. This campaign of stochastic terrorism against black children is the reason that this happened to this child, and that was the entire point. Can you imagine what the response would be from the white right, especially the Fox Newses and the Newsmax and other assorted sewers, if you had video of a black teacher treating a white child that way? It would be wall-to-wall coverage, and that black teacher would have already long since been fired. And it wouldn't have been anybody sitting there saying, well, we have an investigation underway. They would have done it immediately. The video would have been all the evidence that they needed. As it stands, we don't even know what the name of the perpetrator is in this case. And that's a problem in and of itself, because we all know that these racists, they never actually have done it the very first time when we hear about it. It's just the first time that they actually got caught. I'm willing to bet that if the name of this perpetrator was actually known, you would have a number of parents, not all of them even being black to be sure, who would be telling you horror stories about how their child was treated by this reprobate. The reason that everybody feels that harming and threatening black children is some sort of victimless crime is because they also are betting on the idea that black people in general and black parents in specific are not going to actually charge them a price for it. Now, the only way to change the mental calculus on this is to change what black people's response is to these kind of attacks on black children. Remember, hate speech always leads to hate crimes, especially when you have a society that goes out of its way to make sure that it never challenges and always encourages anti-black violence. At this late date, black people are supposed to know better than to think that the way that you deal with a white supremacist, especially one who has called themselves disrespecting a black child, is to send a strongly worded letter to the school board. When these racist animals decide that they're going to be treating black children like this, we are way beyond the effectiveness of strongly worded anything. And speaking of words, I know that a number of you are parents, and we all have tender feelings when it comes to children. But we also have to do something about the knee-jerk reaction to basically look at stories like this and say, oh, my heart breaks for so-and-so. Yes, of course, obviously the child has our sympathy. But this is about going beyond mere sympathy, not the usual, oh, our heart breaks. This isn't the time to be talking about our feelings. The proper reaction to give to incidents like this is to talk about what the response should be. People need to be taught when they've crossed the line. And they also need to be taught that we are the ones who will determine when they have. It's not going to be put up to a vote, and their opinion means nothing on that. If we say you cross the line, you have. And then they have to be taught not to do it. And that only happens when you have a community that's on code and makes it clear precisely what the results are for calling yourself racially harassing or trying to humiliate black children. And as I also posted on Twitter, I'm going to leave you with the words of Paul Mooney, who many years ago gave a comedy routine that mentioned a scenario that was just like this one.
There was a teacher in Jersey, a grown-ass teacher. A little girl, a 6-year-old, little black girl is 6 years old. The teacher tells her she has a tablet with a gorilla. You're a gorilla, your mama gorilla, your daddy's a gorilla. Don't you tell anybody. A grown-ass woman tells this little girl this. The little girl held it for 4 days. She told her mother. The mother was a nice mother. She came to school. All she wanted was an apology. Is that a nice mother? A grown-ass woman, better than my 6-year-old. I'd have waited for that woman after school in a gorilla outfit. I'd have beat that ass for 7 days. Every time she saw a gorilla, she'd have been hollering. I don't know why these people think they can mess with people's children and go on about their goddamn business and nobody gonna do anything. They're insane. Don't mess with my 6-year-old. I will cut a motherfucker's head off and go to the bar and talk to it. Give me a scotch and soda and give my friend here a beer. When they go crazy, You're supposed to go crazy too.
And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button as you file in. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe, but stay a while. Make sure you like it before you subscribe. And if you do like it, please recommend it. Please share it out. I just happened to hear about this story. First I've heard of it, actually is from Professor Black Truth. But then I got this pop-up just a couple minutes ago. Apparently this is a big deal. So Rashad, is his name Rashad? No, I know I must be getting it wrong. Well, Dr. Ritchie talks about it on his show, and then Stacy Patton, who is one of my new favorites, writes about it, and there's a paragraph or two that I'll read out to you. I have two anecdotes, and I'll tell you one of them, which is actually not particularly racial, but my son's second grade teacher was a brand new teacher. And you know what? My son went 1st through 12th grade, and his second grade year just, oh my Lord. My wife had just died. It was like, you know, he was in second grade, first year I'd ever had to deal with him directly with school. And the first half of the year I was hearing, oh, your son's so clever, and he actually gets jokes. He's really funny. He's so bright. And then the second half of the year, it was almost like if I didn't get a call from that teacher, I counted it as a win. What had happened is, you know, the parents know this. I think seasoned teachers know this. You always start the school year strict. And as you learn the students and they learn you, you can kind of relax, you know, at some point, you know, during the school year. Well, she decided to be everybody's friend. And I tell you what, then after the new year, I guess, you know what, you know, kids, if you give a second grader an inch, they're going to take a mile and maybe even 2 miles. You gotta keep them in check until they learn the rules of the road. And then they learn to navigate the teacher, navigate the rules a little bit better. That's any young child. Well, anyway, as it turns out, because I went to the vice principal, I went to the principal, I literally had a parent-teacher conference and brought my son's first grade teacher in. I asked her, hey, Mrs. Jones, would you please sit in with me and this second grade teacher? Because, I mean, he had 0 issues in the first grade, like none. And, you know, the first grade teacher, you know, oh man, he even gets the joke and can riff off of the joke. No problems. But the first grade teacher was like 1 or 2 years away from retirement. You know, this lady was about 5 feet tall. And the first time I met her, I was calling her ma'am. It's like she just looked like she didn't play. You know, nice as pie, but no, you could tell Mrs. Jones did not play with the children nor their parents. Anyway, you know, she sat in on the conference and she was telling this young teacher, I had 0 problems. You know, what you're describing is almost a different child. Well, as it turns out, you know, this girl was just fresh out of college. I mean, she was dressing even like she was still in college, you know, no sense of gravitas. And I kind of suspected it was a matter of just experience. Well, it turns out, and the vice principal of my son's school actually called me at some point, or maybe I ran into her like the first day of school, his third year. So she said, "Oh yeah, we wound up sending her to some teacher's workshop over the summer." And I could tell when I met the second grade teacher that first day, she actually looked like a teacher. She wasn't wearing like an above the knee dress showing off her little ankle tattoo and all that shit. And I could tell that just that class alone, I think her principal or her vice principal had taken her aside and said, look, because I couldn't have been the only one that had these complaints. But anyway, my son's third grade teacher was a young male teacher. Zero problems. Not like I was like, well, damn, let's see what happens this year. Not a damn call all year long. So it was the teacher. I say all that to say this. One of the questions I'd be asking is, how long has this teacher been teaching? I mean, I don't know how you can be from the South or teach in the South and not know you don't call little black children monkeys. That's like, dude, just anybody with any experience in American culture, but especially like Florida, Georgia, deep South culture. No, you don't be doing that. And apparently just happy birthday to you, the traditional version, wasn't good enough. She had to get all fancy with it. And then the other thing is, it is disturbing that the teacher was shooting video. Like, what the hell was she thinking? And it's always the stupid people doing stuff they shouldn't do. I'm thinking of the Ahmaud Arbery case. These yahoos might have gotten away with it had they not put videos up on Facebook or wherever it was they put those videos. So, we'll listen to Rashad Ritchie's version of this. I before I went and just outright condemned the teacher, though, I would ask, well, is she a new teacher? Because that's the first thing I thought. No seasoned, like, veteran teacher would ever do something like this. So let's listen to this. And I this is like on the spot, adding this story. I didn't even understand that it was this big a story until I saw Stacey Patton, her Substack letter pop up. So we'll listen to this, and then there are a couple paragraphs from Dr. Patton's essay that I'd like to read. Oops.
During a birthday song. Here it is.
Hi. Did you have a birthday last week?
Yes.
And how old are you now?
6.
You're 6? You're sure you're not 60?
I'm in 6.
You're 6. Can we sing happy birthday to you? Yes. All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you. Would you like the funny song now that I sing to you? Okay, it goes like this. Happy birthday to you. You live in the zoo. You look
She's even laughing or fainting.
and you smell like 1, 2. Woo! Look at my class.
And none of the kids are laughing.
Look like a monkey. We just covered a segment where a white male utilized the word monkey against a black male. These are adults. Obviously a known racial slur, contextualized in that manner. You have a professional educator who should be more than aware of this kind of verbal assault, what it means in our American culture. Put it up for a mask. We have blurred the image of the minor to protect her facial identity. According to the root, a Black Florida child, was being celebrated for the 6th year on this earth, in part by being serenaded by the teacher and the classmates. But the song has gone viral for all the wrong reasons, and perhaps the right reasons. After the class finished singing the traditional happy birthday song to the young legend, the unnamed Florida public school teacher kept going with an unofficial version of the song. Quote,
Oh, wow. That's
"You
even
look
worse.
like a monkey, and you smell like one too." The teacher sings.
She needed
In the
some
video,
icing on
some
that
children
cake.
look confused by the remark. And the birthday boy's smile quickly fades. Social media users are slamming the teacher, insisting she knew exactly what she was doing when she decided to sing what she called a funny version of the song. Quote, "First off, none of the kids knew nothing about this song, so you're obviously not singing it to them," one TikToker said. Quote, "Little boy looked at her so uncomfortable. The other little black child was like, oh, hell no." No one was laughing but the little white kids. Neither of the two black children were laughing, and I'm so happy that they actually are aware of what's going on, because that's just weird. And as a teacher, you need to be something, maybe fired. Another quote, "Yeah, come 3 p.m., I'm going to be picking bananas out of the teachers in the parking lot. It'll be the last song she sings for a minute," one TikToker wrote. One wrote on Instagram. However, some people note that the song has been around for decades, arguing the teacher's choice may have been a poor judgment rather than racially motivated. Some even point out that it appeared in the children's movie Madagascar. The video was originally posted by the student's mother, who also interpreted the teacher's comments as a racial slight against her son. Quote, "I'm sharing this so people understand what my son experienced in his classroom. A birthday should be celebrated with kindness, not racial jokes from an adult in a position of authority." His mother wrote this on TikTok. Here's the thing. We have an expectation for adults who are licensed in professional environments, who have care over our children, to act in a way that does not cause harm to the child. We can pontificate about motive all day, and I guarantee you I have my opinions about motive. But what's more important than the motive? The effect that it had on the child. That's more important than the argument of motivation. And if that teacher can't understand that point, and if the school administrators don't get that point, then the children are not their priority anyway, because the issue is impact rather than, well, was she trying to be racist? Well, it doesn't matter. The impact is. You singled out a.
Let me just make one quick point here about his last statement. I think, I don't remember whether I said it on someone's panel this week or whether I thought it or maybe even said it on this show, but I'm firmly convinced that legacy Black Americans, and again, when I say legacy, I mean Americans who have deep roots into American history, family, you can trace your family back, to the Civil War and before. I'm firmly convinced that Black people and white people just don't see the same America. There are a lot of things we see alike, outside of race. I think specifically on race, white people and Black people, and for that matter, white people and Hispanics, but I think Hispanics might be a little bit different in that the history is different. The American history is different. And I don't think it can be, I honestly don't think the gap can be bridged. You might be able to, kind of agree to disagree. And the problem with having to agree to disagree is white people just have inordinately more power political power, social power, than black people do. But I can just hear the white side of the argument, and the white side is in quotes. You know what? It's in Madagascar, and the teacher just didn't know. She might be a new teacher. Hey, monkeys are cute. I've heard that one before. White people just don't get it. And you know what? It's not their fault. There's a book I may talk about tomorrow, and I've mentioned it several times, called The Racial Contract. It was written back in 2014 by he's deceased now, but a philosopher named Charles M. Mills. I think it was Charles M. It's Charles Mills. Can't remember his middle initial. I think it's him. But I'm still only halfway through it because it's kind of dense reading. But there's some highlights there that I may talk. But the premise of the book is that the way American culture and Western culture in general works is white people don't get it. With white, let's just not even say white, even though it is called the racial contract. The way Western culture and American culture in particular is structured is white kids are raised with this European standard, this Western standard, this Western culture being the norm. Okay. When they say, hey, you know what, that's normal, they're not considering, any other version of normal. These kids, especially in Florida, are not being taught history correctly. They're being taught a patriotic version because people like Ron DeSantis and Linda McMahon and Donald Trump, they don't want kids questioning, well, why was there slavery? They just want kids to know, yeah, slavery was bad, but we got over it and we're all good now. So incidents like this, and I had an incident that I talked about yesterday or the day before with a boss of mine in Tar Baby. He pretended that he didn't know what it meant, and maybe he didn't, because I'd known him by that time. I'd known him maybe 8 or 9 years, and this was the first thing that was close, and that's why it shocked me so much. He put it in a damn email. I don't know how you can be, he was 50 or so at the time. I don't know how you can live or teach in Florida and not know that there are just some things you just don't say. And it's not a matter of being politically correct or anything like that. It's fucking having common sense. And the third thing I want to say is that this colorblind bullshit that people like, what's his name? Damn, I'll think of his name. He's a young kid. Coleman Hughes. This colorblind bullshit where, hey, as long as the intent wasn't racist, the outcome, you just have to live with it. That's why I find this colorblind stuff just so, ultimately it's racist, because it will allow a racist outcome even if the intent wasn't racist. And I have a huge problem with that. That just basically allows you to gloss over incidents like this. So, finally, incidents like this are just going to continue to happen forever until people just kind of figure out that, dude, there's just some things you don't say.
Kid utilize a known racial slur in front of other students, children, made them victims of the moment as well. And based on the reaction.
Well, I haven't seen Madagascar, Sugar Bum. A teacher's classroom is not a fucking cartoon. Okay. what happens in Madagascar should stay in Madagascar. What disturbs me, and I didn't even realize until Rashad Ritchie said it, they'd already done the happy birthday to you. This lady went above and beyond to sing that version. Okay, and she's teaching in Florida. Like, Florida has the largest Black population, and I assume, well, I'll just say Black population in the country. And it shocked me. I thought Texas did. So sometimes you got to let the cartoonish stuff stay in the cartoon. And anybody who's grown up in the South knows that you don't be calling Black people monkey. People get them's fighting words sometimes. Anybody who's grown up in the South knows better. Now, that's why I'm giving her just a modicum of grace. Maybe she was a new teacher, but the teacher and or the administration just being silent on the matter, that's some bullshit too.
Action of the children, it seemed as if they were aware that this was probably not a compliment.
Okay, well, you have your
All
opinion,
right,
Sugar
Senator,
Bum,
very
and
sad,
you
isn't
and
it?
I'll just agree to disagree
Yeah,
on that
Doc.
one.
I mean, I'm telling you, I wish
Maybe
I had a
you
whole
didn't
bunch
grow
of
up in the
papers. You know how I
South
throw
either.
papers in the air. I just, the mother in me is feeling the vibe of the person that said, "Come 3 p.m.
Yeah.
meet me in the parking lot." Seriously, and that's the mama in me. I have a 6-year-old in my life. If the teacher didn't
Nope,
get it,
it's
then she
Florida.
need not teach. And I'm not a cancel culture person, but this teacher needs to be fired. Seriously. I mean, you
Well,
absolutely should not have the
DC
care of
isn't the
children.
South. I don't think
So,
Virginia's the
I mean,
South,
going
to
back
be
this up,
honest.
we
And I
already
lived
talked
there
about the
for over
pseudosciences
20
and
years.
why referring to Black people of any age as monkeys
Oh, yeah.
is
And not only
totally
that, but
100%
she recorded the children.
unacceptable.
I don't even know why you would record
The burden of
children.
blackness, Doc, is what's ringing in my ear. The burden of blackness
Apparently,
at any
it's
age for
illegal
that
in
child to
schools.
have to
I
take
don't
that on. Let me
understand
just,
why. I don't
first of
understand.
all, 2 words for this
This
teacher. I
teacher
got more
just
than 2
sounded
words, but let
like
me
she
start
was
with
a
you.
new
Seek help.
teacher and just needs some
You need
guidance.
help.
And the
So you need to go
apology, I
ahead and
think, is
seek help.
necessary. Just
Secondly, you don't
apologize and
have to
move past
create
it.
a
But
song. Okay, the traditional
the
happy birthday works just
administration,
fine.
the school board
And if for
not
some
addressing it
reason
is a
these
problem.
voices in your
That's
head is
tacit
telling you to think
support
of a
of
song, I got
this
one for you.
teacher.
The Stevie Wonder version of Happy Birthday. That would have worked out just fine.
Right, just fine.
There's a lot of problems
Don't
with
go,
this,
don't go
and the
further than
birthday
Stevie.
song, her
Okay,
little
stick with
take on the
Stevie.
birthday song is
Third
actually
point,
the
Doc, for
least
people
of the
talking about
problems.
trying to back this up with a movie. First of all, Madagascar was a movie about animals. So let me go on and check you on this.
The
'cause I
issue
watched
is there's some
Madagascar.
things you
Let
don't
me go and settle
call
down.
Black
I'm
children
telling you.
Yes.
in
Woo!
the South.
Okay,
That's
Madagascar
the issue.
was a movie about animals. Okay, repeat after me. Madagascar
Oh
was a
yeah, I
movie
was going to say
about
that.
animals. And
Madagascar was a cartoon, and they were probably, I didn't see Madagascar, but I'm assuming they sang, you know, they sang about a monkey to another jungle animal. That's a bit different than, after the happy birthday song is sung, you got to add that to it and videotape it. I agree. The teacher probably didn't think there was anything wrong with it, which is problematic. But then she videotaped the kids, which probably is against some school policy. And you know what? She's identified herself as stupid. That's why I think she's got to be a new teacher. No veteran teacher would ever do shit like that, even in Florida.
then my point to that point, Birth of a Nation was a movie too. Okay. So don't sit up here and talking about just because something is a movie that qualifies and that lets this teacher off the hook. This teacher is not off the hook. She traumatized this child. She should be reprimanded minimally. And on the other end, I would just fire her. Just straight up because and I'm not.
I'll just leave it here. I think we get the gist. But TMKC, yeah, I actually went to his boss and he did apologize. I don't know. Like I said, I'd known him for years. I don't, maybe he didn't know. But I don't know how you can be 50 in the United States of America and not know these things. And this is what I say about people just fucking not, you finish high school or college and then you just think, hey, the learning is over. I don't know what to say other than, at least he apologized. And I'm sure, he got a good talking to. Like, dude, just fucking do your job. You don't need to be singing, cartoon songs. After the happy birthday is done, just let's get back to the learning. This thing that she did actually is antithetical to actually learning. In my opinion. So let's see here. There are a couple things that Dr. Patton wrote. I should have marked them. Here, these two paragraphs right here. Let's see. The parody got a new life when the 2005 animated movie Madagascar and its sequels featured lemurs and monkeys singing and joking with that riff. Because millions of kids saw Madagascar, the You Look Like a Monkey version became normalized as a goofy animal-themed gag. White commenters online often cite this movie as their main reference point. The fact that many white commenters point to Madagascar only underscores the point. Pop culture has always laundered racist tropes by making them fun, catchy, child-friendly. Starting with Song of the South, by the way. A cartoon lemur saying "you look like a monkey" is supposed to be cute, not cruel. But when the same line comes out of the mouth of a white teacher directed at a black child, the mask slips. For many white adults, the song triggers nostalgia. They claim their parents or the teacher sang it to them. What they erase is that they experienced it without racial context. And that goes back to my racial contract point. In a white household, calling your child a monkey doesn't carry the same centuries-deep violence. Here's the thing. Even if a song is sung innocently within white families, the moment it is directed towards a black child, the context changes. Context is everything. There is no neutral way for a black child to be called a monkey in America, period. For black families, the word monkey has always been a racial slur, never a harmless joke. The monkey insult has a long, bloody lineage. And I'll remind you that many people compared Michelle Obama, I think, to an ape or something like that. So like I said, I don't know how you can be an adult in America and not understand that there are just some things you don't do. And this bullshit about can't we all get along? Well, just like we're not all the same, we're not going to get along if people don't understand context. And one of the problems with the American education system is we do not teach kids context. We don't even teach them how to read very well, let alone reading comprehension. So, we'll move on. But for those of you in the audience who don't see the big deal, I guarantee you it is a big deal to some people. And this is why America will probably never be able to assimilate black people. Shit like this. Sugar Bum, nobody said everybody is racist. I will say everybody is oblivious sometimes to what racism is or what racists is. Sorry, Sugar Bum. I'll start calling you Sugar Monkey. We'll see how you like it. Bet you won't. What if I just start calling you Monkey Bum? Would that be okay with you? Monkey Bum? All right, so let us shift gears here. Like I said, that was a little bit of a diversion. I didn't intend on getting that deep into it, but Dr. Stacey Patton is always worth reading. So the government shutdown continues as White House weighs thousands of layoffs. So let's listen to this little video here.
The government shutdown. Republicans in Congress want a simple, clean spending bill, but Democrats
That
insist
volume's not
that the
very
bill
high.
should reverse Medicaid cuts, tax credits to help low-income Americans pay for Obamacare.
The president, meanwhile, is threatening to use the shutdown to fire some federal workers.
Yeah, well, we just won't watch the video because the audio is not good on it. So here's what to know about the government shutdown. 2025 federal government shutdown stretched its second day on Thursday, with no signs of an imminent resolution as Republicans and Democrats traded accusations of who is to blame for the funding lapse. And by the way, last evening, I showed a Washington Post breakdown. 47%, I think it was, or it was 40-some% of Americans are blaming Republicans. Now that's out of 1,000 people polled, so it's just kind of a snapshot. But most Americans understand that pretty much all three branches are governed by MAGA. So you know what? Basically, who else are they going to blame? Democrats. So President Trump said he would be meeting with Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, to see which programs Vought recommends to be cut. Russell Vought was a principal author of the 2025 project, and basically Trump actually kind of wins because this is just going to allow him to go in and implement more of this Project 2025 stuff. So the White House moved to pause or cancel billions in funding for projects in blue states on Wednesday, ramping up pressure on Democrats. The Trump administration is also weighing layoffs of federal workers, which White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said are likely going to be in the thousands. So, it's a win-win situation for these Republicans, and unfortunately, Democrats haven't figured out a way out of to counteract it. And let's see. This is Liza, I think, Donnelly. She says there's an even darker side to this shutdown. And again, I should have marked this. I should stop trusting my memory. Says here from Politico, this is the risk of shutting down the government and handing the keys to Russ Vought. This is the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, saying this. There should have been an expectation among Democrats that Vaught's Office of Management and Budget would broadly target government workers and programs in a shutdown. Pressed on whether Vought was muddying the waters, Thune said, "The only thing I would say about that is yes, and we don't control what he's going to do." Literally, this is the leader, the Republican leader in the Senate, saying that they can't control, in this argument that MAGA and Republicans broadly always use about unelected officials making these decisions. No one elected Russ Vought. So we have an unelected official who isn't even like, he's the head of the Office of Management and Budget, deciding who to lay off and what money to cut. Republicans ought to be up in arms about this. This is exactly what they accuse the Democrats of doing. So, says here, Trump is promising to cut Democratic agencies and cut programs in blue states. He called the government shutdown an unprecedented opportunity to enact sweeping cuts to agencies as part of a pressure campaign that halted billions of dollars in funds to Democrat-led states and used federal websites and workers to wage political attacks. Democrats aren't budging from their demand for Republican concessions on health care and reversing cuts to Medicaid and other health programs that Trump made. I think that's all that's interesting in this. Yeah, well, like I said, cruelty is the point, and what can you do? All this is just basically, I think Trump is actually in kind of a rush to get this sort of thing done before 2026. So, next story, firings and resignations. Royal U.S. Attorney's Office prosecuting Comey. So likely what's going to happen with this Comey case is I don't think a judge will even hear it. They have literally nothing. They're just, doing it, I guess, to just bleed some money off of him or something. And I'm sure he'll have some sort of lawsuit, once this is all done. Says here, 4 top prosecutors have been forced out of the Eastern District of Virginia amid Trump's push to charge political opponents. So let's hear this. It's a short article. We will engage the AI.
You're listening to Firings and Resignations Royal U.S. Attorney's Office Prosecuting Comey, a news story written by Salvador Rizzo and read by an AI-generated voice. Lawyers inside the high-profile U.S. Attorney's Office prosecuting former FBI Director James B. Comey are unnerved by what they see as an unprecedented push by President Donald Trump to inject politics into their staffing and charging decisions, according to 3 people familiar with the matter, a strategy they say could jeopardize national security investigations. The Justice Department in recent days fired 2 longtime prosecutors who had risen to leadership positions within the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia, said the 3 people, speaking on the condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals. The firings came shortly after Trump installed a new interim U.S. attorney in the district, Lindsay Halligan, who got a grand jury to indict Comey last week despite objections from career prosecutors who deemed the evidence too flimsy. Maya D. Song, a 12-year veteran of the office who until recently was its second highest-ranking leader, was demoted to a line prosecutor position last month and then fired in recent days, the people said. Michael P. Bennery, who had a decade of experience in the office and was serving as chief of its national security unit, also was fired, the people said. Bennery and Song had worked as senior advisors to Lisa Monaco, who was Deputy Attorney General, the number 2 post in the Justice Department during the Biden administration. Trump last week called on Microsoft to fire Monaco from her position as President of Global Affairs, calling her one of the architects of the worst ever deep state conspiracies against our country. Bennery and Song did not respond to requests for comment. Halligan did not respond to an email request for comment. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office did not respond to an email seeking comment because he was furloughed Thursday during the federal government shutdown. Bennery's firing came shortly after a right-wing commentator, Julie Kelly, posted on X. One can only assume he was a big part of the internal resistance to the Comey indictment. Bennery had no role in the Comey investigation, 2 people familiar with the matter said. He was the lead prosecutor in the case of Mohammed Sharifullah, who is accused of plotting the Abbey Gate attack that killed 13 U.S. service members and dozens of people who were being evacuated from Afghanistan in 2021. Another prosecutor on that case, Troy A. Edwards, Jr., resigned last week after Comey was indicted. Edwards, who was deputy chief of the National Security Unit in the Virginia office, is Comey's son-in-law. Trump last month forced the resignation of the U.S. attorney he had appointed in January, Eric S. Siebert, a well-regarded career prosecutor who had determined that the evidence was insufficient to level criminal charges against 2 of the president's perceived political foes, Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, Democrat. The Trump administration then appointed Halligan, a former White House aide who had previously served on Trump's personal legal team and had no experience as a prosecutor. Trump in social media posts called on federal prosecutors to charge Comey, and Halligan soon after secured an indictment against the former FBI director on allegations that he made false statements in congressional testimony. Legal experts said they could not recall another instance in which the president appeared to overrule a Justice Department charging decision. The U.S. Attorney's Office, headquartered in Alexandria, employs about 300 lawyers and staff in a district that spans Northern Virginia, Richmond, and the Hampton Roads region. Prosecutors there often handle complex cases stemming from terrorist attacks, leaks of classified records, and military and intelligence issues. It was unclear Thursday who was running the office's national security unit. The former head, Danya Atiya, resigned this year and moved to another country.
Wonder why she fled to another country. Hopefully not Venezuela. All right, so moving on. U.S. in armed conflict with drug cartels, Trump tells Congress. Wonder how long it'll be before we invade Mexico. It says here the Trump administration is seeking legal justification for strikes on what it has claimed are Venezuelan drug traffickers at sea. President Donald Trump has determined the United States is in armed conflict with drug cartels that are distributing narcotics in this country, according to a notification to Capitol Hill that seeks to give legal cover for taking lethal action against traffickers following multiple strikes against what the administration has claimed are Venezuelan boats in international waters. Some lawmakers and experts have said that the notification is a dubious legal justification for what have been unlawful military strikes on alleged civilian criminals in the Western Hemisphere, a far cry from combatants engaged in direct battle with U.S. forces. Trump directed the Pentagon to conduct operations pursuant to the law of armed conflict after he determined that the United States is in a non-international armed conflict with these designated terrorist organizations that have helped kill U.S. citizens through drug trafficking, according to a sensitive notice transmitted to Senate leadership and congressional committees this week and reviewed by the Washington Post. It says the United States has now reached a critical point where we must use force in self-defense and defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorist organizations. Oh, boy. All I have to say is that, I wish I could be the next Democratic president. Because, ooh, boy, I got a bunch of stuff that Donald Trump has made easier for me to do. The only thing I can think of is they're almost going to have to do a coup, so no Democrat gets into the presidential spot. Because, you get the right Democrat of my mindset, for instance, boy, there's some havoc and some payback to be meted out. All right. Trump administration approval. This was kind of a surprise, actually. Trump administration approval of new abortion drug infuriates the right. The approval prompted an outcry from abortion foes who rejected HHS's claim that it has little wiggle room to slow generic drug approvals. So it's mifepristone specifically. Apparently it's a generic drug now, or soon to be. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
You're listening to Trump administration approval of new abortion drug infuriates the right.
What's up,
a news
SD?
Story written by Natalie Allison and Paige Winfield Cunningham and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration has approved a new generic version of the mifepristone abortion pill, a decision made by the Food and Drug Administration this week that is now prompting uproar among anti-abortion leaders. The approval of the drug on Tuesday comes less than 2 weeks after Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and FDA Commissioner Martin Makary said the department was conducting a review of the safety of abortion pills, a decision that anti-abortion activists welcomed. Now those same activists are questioning the administration's commitment to their cause, marking the first significant pushback Trump has received from his otherwise loyal base of social conservatives. This is a wildly disappointing decision. We are extraordinarily disappointed, said Christy Hamrick, a spokeswoman for Students for Life of America, in an interview with the Washington Post. This has to be addressed. Hamrick referred to the FDA's decision as the opposite of the gold standard review that anti-abortion leaders believe the Trump administration was conducting into mifepristone, and the organization is among those questioning why the FDA would greenlight the approval before launching the safety study. It's a total goat rodeo, said Marjorie Dannenfelser, president of Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America, in a dig at how the Trump administration has handled the drug approval. Dannenfelser also said it would be an easy lift for the administration to restore restrictions on the drug's distribution that were lifted by President Joe Biden during the coronavirus pandemic. Powerless is an adjective no one uses to describe this administration when facing trouble, Dannenfelser said. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri, said in a social media post about the decision that he has lost confidence in the leadership at FDA. Former Vice President Mike Pence said the decision was a complete betrayal of the pro-life movement that elected President Trump, and called on Kennedy to be fired. A White House spokesman did not respond to questions about Trump's position on the drug approval, but provided a statement from HHS spokesman Andrew Nixon, who said the FDA has very limited discretion in deciding whether to approve a generic drug. Nixon said the HHS secretary, by law, must approve an application if it demonstrates that the generic drug is identical to the brand name drug, and generic applications aren't required to provide evidence proving safety or effectiveness. He noted that HHS is conducting a study of the reported adverse effects of mifepristone to ensure the FDA's risk mitigation program for the drug is sufficient to protect women from unstated risks. The FDA does not endorse any drug product and directs prescribers to follow all labeling, Nixon continued. But the FDA has the ability to slow approvals of generic drugs, such as requesting more data from manufacturers. The agency took 10 years to approve the first generic version of mifepristone made by GenBioPro. A similar outcry arose among abortion foes when the first Trump administration approved that medication in 2019. The drug application in question was submitted by Avita Solutions on October 1, 2021, and the approval took effect on Tuesday, according to a letter the FDA sent to the company. Anti-abortion activists noted that the company's mission statement says it exists to recognize the utility and freedom that medical abortion provides patients, and to normalize abortion. Some top anti-abortion activists in recent days had caught wind of an expected approval of the drug and had begun sounding alarms on Capitol Hill, according to two people with knowledge of those conversations. It's unclear whether the White House was aware of the pending approval. Anti-abortion activists focused in recent years on mifepristone, a drug now used in more than 6 in 10 of all abortions nationwide. Women have increasingly used it to terminate pregnancies, especially in states that banned abortion after the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade in 2022. 16 states have near-total abortion bans, according to the Guttmacher Institute, which supports abortion rights. But groups providing abortion pills still mail them to women in many states with bans, prompting a massive legal battle over whether states can criminalize the mailing of an FDA-approved drug. The FDA cited a large body of research showing mifepristone is safe and effective when it first approved the drug more than 2 decades ago.
All right. Well, bottom line is, this is definitely something in the red states like Texas who, wants to prosecute anybody who even orders mifepristone. It's interesting that the Trump administration would do something like this. And let's take a little side note here. People seem to be confused about exactly, I've been told that Tar Baby is not inherently racist. Well, here's what Wikipedia says. It says here, the Tar Baby is the second of the Uncle Remus stories published in 1881. I mentioned Joel Chandler Harris. And I happen to know who he is because several Disney movies have been, done based off of his Uncle Remus tales. He's from Eatonton, Georgia, and funny enough, that's also the hometown of Alice Walker, who wrote The Color Purple. But that's kind of an aside. Okay, so stories published in 1881. It is about a doll made of tar and turpentine used by the villainous Brer Fox to entrap Brer Rabbit. The more that Brer Rabbit fights the Tar Baby, the more entangled he becomes. The phrase Tar Baby has acquired idiomatic meanings over the years, including a negative racial connotation. Okay, so anybody who's from the South kind of knows this. Maybe Northerners who don't read don't know this, but it's not something you use. And if we just got too many dumb people in the United States, white, black. I listened to what is it, Voice of Venus. We got plenty of dumb people in the United States, and I'm just gonna be blunt about it. People just don't know shit, and it doesn't make for me. It makes for frustration for me. And you try and kind of explain and give references. This is why I think this, and they insist that, oh hey, I don't need to know this stuff. Joel Chandler Harris collected the story in its original dialect and included it in his 1881 book, Uncle Remus, His Songs and His Sayings. His introduction mentions earlier publication of some of his Uncle Remus stories in the columns of a daily newspaper, the Atlanta Constitution. Harris said these legends had become part of the domestic history of every Southern family. Indeed, Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th president of the United States, born in 1858, noted in his autobiography that as a young child, he heard Brer Rabbit tales from his Southern aunt, Anna Bullock, and that his uncle, Robert Roosevelt, transcribed some of her stories from her dictation. So anyway, the Tar Baby comes from the oral tradition of black slaves on the old plantations in the American South. And then I'll just stop there. Now you know. It's not something that really you should be calling your employees. It's a high-tech IT shop for a Fortune 500 company. Think of something else. And for God's sake, read a book. All right, so let's move on. Apple removes ICE tracking apps after Trump AG pressure. Apple removed ICE Block. ICE Block, is that what they called it? Apple removed ICE Block and other immigration and customs enforcement tracking apps from its App Store on October 2nd, 2025, following contact from the Trump administration and law enforcement concerns about safety risks to agents. The U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi stated that the Justice Department requested the app's removal due to its risks to ICE agents. Rights advocates expressed concern over free speech and due process infringements linked to government actions against deportation. ICE Block creator Joshua Aaron expressed disappointment, claiming that Apple was capitulating to an authoritarian regime by removing the app. I think he doesn't have that much. He's got a pretty thin argument there. Lives are at stake, son. So Trump ramps up private sector intervention even as he warns of socialism. So what Donald Trump is doing, if he's not calling it socialism, it sounds a whole lot like fascism. President Donald Trump is expanding his use of executive power in the private sector with this week's announcement of his federal government-run Trump RX direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical website and his administration's 5% stake in Lithium Americas. Trump's increasing government intervention comes as Republicans escalate the criticism of Democrats as socialists, including alleging Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is being pressured by radical Democrats to shut down the government using Zohran Mamdani, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, to caricature Democrats before his expected election as the next mayor of New York City. Trump this week announced his Trump RX website will provide discounted drugs from pharmaceutical companies to uninsured consumers from 2026, in addition to his deal with Pfizer, under which the drug-making giant will charge U.S. consumers the same price they charge consumers In other wealthy, developed countries, even those whose governments set prices, a concept known as most favored nation pricing. My only comment on this is, it's weird accusing, Democrats of being socialists while you are taking government, even if it's just 5%. Sounds a lot like socialism to me. But you could also call it state capitalism. And it's not just socialists who used to do that. Let's see. Let's have a look at what's going on in the chat here. Sin, let me be blunt with you. I'm actually pretty good at words. I said what I said. Okay, what you're doing is just extending an argument that doesn't need to be. Unless you're from the South, and I don't think you are. Maybe you don't get my point, but the point is a valid one. I don't care what the inherent dictionary definition is. I literally stated from Wikipedia that it is taken on idiomatic meanings, including racial ones. Okay, I don't really give a fuck about what the dictionary says. I have lived it. I am from Savannah, Georgia. I know what the word means. I know what the racial connotations are. It is something that a 50-year-old American should know better than to use. Okay, and as I stated, I went to his boss and expressed my concerns, and his boss was like, he did what? And his boss was from Chicago. Had never spent time in the South. Of course, his boss was in the Marines, so maybe, he knew something that his little subordinate didn't. The bottom line is anybody over a certain age. Now, there's no accounting for the lack of education that kids are receiving now. Or maybe it's just something if you live in the South. But I think any American over a certain age knows you don't go around you don't call a black man a tar baby in an email. And he wasn't making a joke. And even if he was making a joke, that's something, if for no other reason, he needed to learn, don't do that anymore. And I think I told his boss that I don't think the guy's a racist. I just think somebody needs to tell him that's not a term you want to be using in an email. It could be taken the wrong way. And really, I would have taken it the wrong way had I not known the guy. If I hadn't worked with him for like 8 or 9 years, I would have been a lot more, what would the word be? I'd be a lot more vehement that, they take disciplinary action. But all I wanted was that somebody needs to tell this guy, don't be calling your black employees tar baby, even if you don't understand it. Just don't do it again. This is your teachable moment. If you actually knew of what he referred to you, you shouldn't have continued your statements of trying to prove otherwise of the origin. You know what? Dude, I have no idea what this fucking sentence even means. Are you talking to me? You don't even state who the hell you're talking to. You're talking to me or someone in the chat. Pirates of Apes. Well, Sin, then you should know better than to try and explain away the use of the term. And you know what? You do you, and I'll do me. It's a racial term, and it shouldn't be used, just like you shouldn't be calling little black kids in Florida monkeys, even if it's a birthday song. And that's that. We should move on from this very unproductive conversation. Either you get it or you don't get it. And it is not my job to teach a grown woman American history and, the history of racial terms. there are books out there that can help you. So let us move on. Kash Patel cuts ties with the Anti-Defamation League. Seemingly an innocuous story. Oh, fuck. I was able to read this. Why am I not able to read it now? Damn it. That sucks. And I don't have a subscribe for free. Well, you know what? Let's do that. Let's see here. Oops. Let's see. Came up just fine on my phone. All right, so well, that did it. I wonder if they'll charge me later. So it says here, FBI Director Kash Patel ended the Bureau's long-standing partnership with the Anti-Defamation League, a prominent civil rights group that has worked with law enforcement to combat anti-Semitism and extremism, probably because it's more left-leaning. Why it matters? His announcement came after the ADL faced right-wing backlash for its web pages on the Christian Identity Movement and Turning Point USA, the group founded by slain MAGA activist Charlie Kirk. And one of the reasons I even talk about this is I wanted to read what the ADL said about the Christian Identity Movement. And again, this is from the Anti-Defamation League, which I found rather interesting. It says here, Christian identity is a religious ideology popular in extreme right-wing circles. Adherents believe that whites of European descent can be traced back to the lost tribes of Israel. Many consider Jews to be the satanic offspring of Eve and the serpent. Ooh, I didn't know that. While non-whites are mud peoples created before Adam and Eve. Its virulent racist and anti-Semitic beliefs are usually accompanied by extreme anti-government sentiments. Despite its small size, Christian identity influences virtually all white supremacist and extreme anti-government movements. It has also informed criminal behavior ranging from hate crimes to acts of terrorism. And then it gives a quick profile. Origins, mid-20th century. Background, a racist and anti-Semitic religious sect whose adherents believe that white people of European descent are the descendants of the lost tribe of ancient Israel. Influential personalities. Howard Rand, William Cameron, Wesley Swift, Bertrand Comparet, Richard Butler, William Potter Gale, James K. Warner, Sheldon Emery, Dave Barley, Pete Peters. Well, they didn't mention Charlie Kirk, so that's a good thing. Ideology, anti-Semitic, racist, anti-government, conspiratorial. Outreach, churches, pamphlets, tracts, books, shortwave radio, websites, estimated size. Estimated size of the organization, I guess, is 25 to 50,000. Criminal activity. Overall level of criminal activity is high, ranging from hate crimes to acts of terrorism. The lost tribes found. One of the most remarkable developments in the extreme right in the United States in the past few decades has been the rise of an obscure religious ideology known as Christian identity, penetrating existing racist and anti-Semitic groups and movements. It has inflamed their bigotry with religious fervor and also sparked the creation of many new groups. Adherents have committed hate crimes, bombings, and other acts of terrorism. Identity's current influence ranges from the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazi groups to the anti-government militia and sovereign citizens movements, yet most Americans are unaware that it even exists. So if anybody wants either of these links, let me know. This is a longish web page here, and I don't want to get that deep into it. So anyway, let's see. Does anybody want this? Let's see. Seems I came in. What's up, Dragonfly Jones? Cousin? Seems I came in while the furniture in the chat's being moved. Let me just say my good mornings to you, Stanley, chat, and listen in from the clouds. Y'all stay wildin'. Well, good morning to you, Dragonfly Jones's cousin. What's up, Kelvin? Oh yeah, I saw that. Unless it's televised, I'll I know it was going to happen. I'm not that interested in it, but if it fits into the program, and maybe I can't remember because I didn't pay attention to the actual trial. I actually thought the trial was out in California. I didn't realize it was in New York City. We will see if it fits into the schedule. Wow. Whoa, what is going on there? I must have missed something in this chat. So if anybody wants this link to the Christian Identity Movement, just let me know. Next, this will be probably my favorite thing to read today, and unfortunately, there is no auto reader. David French, he is a religious conservative who writes for the New York Times. His opinion piece, his subscriber-only newsletter, of which to which I do subscribe, incompetence isn't an upgrade over DEI. Bless you, brother, for saying that. On Tuesday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth summoned hundreds of American generals and admirals from across the world to a military base in Virginia for a blistering mandatory briefing. He railed against poor physical fitness standards. He called for more lethality and aggression in the military, and he, of course, decried diversity, equity, and inclusion. No more identity months, he said. DEI officers, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship, no more division, distraction, or gender delusions, no more debris. As I've said before and will say again, he continued, we are done with that shit. But as he spoke, I kept thinking, isn't this the same person who shared almost certainly classified information about an imminent American military strike on a group text in a civilian messaging app called Signal? And didn't that group, incredibly enough, include Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic? Didn't that mean that, thanks in large part to Hegseth, the safety of the entire mission turned on the security of a civilian app and the integrity of a civilian journalist? It's difficult to put this into words of the sheer incompetence of that moment. If I'd done something like that, colossally stupid during my military career, it would have ended my career instantly. Definitely would have. It most likely would have led to prosecution. I should know. I've helped disciplined soldiers for far less egregious misconduct. Far less. A senior leader committed gross misconduct and put lives at risk. He was never formally held accountable. That is not what a meritocracy looks like. Absolutely. And, Pete Hegseth is, and I've switched up my opening video. The opening video was going to talk about white male mediocrity, of which Hegseth would fit easily into that description. So I'll remind everybody, if anybody ever needs a lot of these links, I'll put in the show notes or are in the show notes already. If anybody ever wants one of these links dropped, just let me know. I'll be happy to do it. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, please make sure if you are new and you like what you're hearing, subscribe to the show. we are on our drive to 500 subscribers, and we're getting there. You know, and we will get there eventually. At least we'll have the option to monetize. I'm not sure that's a direction I even want to go for now, but you know, it'll be nice to have that choice, either yay or nay. Also, there will be a show tomorrow, Saturday show. It looks like it's going to be a lot of Eddie Glaude and other American race stuff. You know, basically just kind of theory. I've never listened to a lot of Eddie Glaude, and it turns out he's a classmate of Lupin Reiging. And so, you know, having that connection, I figured, hey, you know, tomorrow's topic can at least start off with looking at, I think I have about 4 Eddie Glaude videos to look at. He has a YouTube page. I'll cover that tomorrow as well. I didn't realize he had a YouTube page. I just typed his name in and look, there it was. So he's the guy, the Princeton professor that you often see on Morning Joe. I guess he's still there. So he also wrote a book on James Baldwin. I think that was the last book I can remember. He may have published something since then. Good writer, definitely a good speaker, and obviously knowledgeable. So let us move on into Kelvin's point. Sean Combs asks judge for mercy. Mercy. I lost my way, is what he said. I lost my way and I wound up at a freak off. So the music mogul submitted a letter to the court ahead of his sentencing on Friday for his conviction on 2 prostitution-related counts. Let's listen to it. It's not that long a story.
Sean Combs asked judge for mercy. Lost my way. This article is by Julia Jacobs and Ben Cesario and read by an automated voice. Sean Combs made a plea for leniency in a letter to a federal judge on Thursday ahead of his sentencing on prostitution-related charges.
Really, King Rooster?
That he had been humbled
Who knows?
by the
Maybe he will
against
walk.
him and would never commit a crime again. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself, Mr. Combs wrote in the letter, which his lawyers submitted on the eve of his sentencing hearing. At the conclusion of an 8-week trial this summer, Mr. Combs was acquitted of charges that he sex-trafficked 2 former girlfriends and ran a racketeering conspiracy, but he was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, charges related to drug-fueled sex marathons involving his girlfriends and hired male escorts, which were known as freak-offs or hotel nights. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them, he wrote. I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words, I'm sorry, will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. He added, today I humbly ask you for another chance. It was the first time Mr. Combs, who is known as Puff Daddy or Diddy, has made any substantial statement about his case. In the letter, Mr. Combs apologized for physically abusing Cassandra Ventura, one of the women at the center of the government's case, who testified about his repeated beatings over their decade-long relationship. I literally lost my mind, Mr. Combs wrote. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. In her own letter to the judge, Ms. Ventura asked him to consider the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. She described her relationship with Mr. Combs as a horrific decade of my life stained by abuse, violence, forced sex, and degradation, and said that she continues to fear for her safety. Ms. Ventura and another woman, who took the stand under the pseudonym Jane, testified during the trial that they felt manipulated into repeated sexual encounters with hired men, whether because of physical abuse or financial pressure. After hearing Jane's testimony, Mr. Combs wrote, I realized that I hurt her. For this I am deeply sorry. The defense argued throughout the trial that the sex at issue was entirely consensual, and the jury did not find that Mr. Combs had coerced the women. Mr. Combs is scheduled to appear in court on Friday for his sentencing on the 2 prostitution-related convictions, which carry a maximum sentence of 10 years for each count. In recent submissions to the court, lawyers from both sides of the case have offered their recommended sentences for Mr. Combs. His defense team has asked for no more than 14 months, which, after accounting for the year he has already served in detention, would allow Mr. Combs to walk free before the end of 2025. A sentence of no more than 14 months, his lawyers wrote in a recent filing, is the only sentence that would be consistent with Congress's instruction to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities among defendants with similar records who have been found guilty of similar conduct. Prosecutors, calling Mr. Combs unrepenting and pointing out numerous instances of his violence from the trial record, have asked the judge to sentence Mr. Combs to no less than 11 years and 3 months. Federal probation officials calculated that the guidelines called for a sentence of up to 7 years and 3 months. At the hearing, Mr. Combs is expected to allocute or speak directly to the judge, which is often an opportunity for defendants to express remorse and indicate how they will improve their lives if released. I lost my way, Mr. Combs wrote in the letter. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I have been humbled and broken to my core.
Oh, well, let me make a recommendation, Sin. A lot of times I'll glance at the chat. It could start by you being very clear. I don't think I mistook anything that you wrote. If I did, be specific about what I got wrong, and I will certainly apologize if I got it wrong. If I get it wrong, I tend to admit that I got it wrong. So help me out here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? People tell me I shouldn't even bother looking at the chat. So maybe that is good advice. So let's move on. Zoran Mamdani says he would phase out New York City gifted program for early grades. I'm interested because we do have some mothers of young kids here. What do y'all think of this? He says here, Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic frontrunner for mayor of New York City, plans to end the gifted and talented program for kindergarten students at public schools if he is elected, calling for a major overhaul of a program that has deeply divided parents. Mr. Mamdani's campaign said in a statement that he would embrace former Mayor Bill de Blasio's plan, announced in 2021, to phase out the gifted program for elementary schools, which has been widely criticized for exacerbating segregation. You know what? When my son was in second grade, it's the same teacher I was telling y'all about. She was like, "Hey, he's gifted. I think he is. Let's do the application process." And I basically said, "Nah." I kind of looked at what the gifted kids were doing, and I did not see anything. It was almost like what they were going to do was kind of like a Montessori inspired thing where kids just kind of roam free and they do projects. And I'm like, well, you know what? I don't have time to help him with these projects. He's doing well where he is. And I just basically said, thanks, but no thanks. And that's possibly the best decision I ever made. I personally do not see the need for gifted education in elementary schools. And my sister, she's a retired teacher now, but she was certified and all that stuff to teach gifted kids, mostly in high school, I guess. And her stories about how weird and warped and just sometimes to the point of antisocial these kids could be. Because I asked her, I did seek advice. I didn't make a unilateral decision, since I didn't have my wife to consult with, because she probably would have agreed. My father-in-law is a retired teacher. My sister's a retired teacher. And she might have still been working at the time. And then my mother, who was still around at the time, is a retired teacher. So I had, plenty of people, and they were all like, that, no, not necessary in elementary school. And I'm pretty sure there's some money that could be saved phasing it out. So not only that, but a lot of times these kids that early get the big head. That's what we used to call it in when I was in school. And wait till you're 60 to get the big head. When you have some accomplishments under your belt, then you can get the big head and be like Stanley. Let's see. Who she thought she was, Professor X? You mean my son's second grade teacher? Surely she wasn't. So let's do some Georgia news. I try and sneak one in every now and again. Georgia Supreme Court rules in favor of Gullah Geechee communities in Sapelo Island zoning case. I have no idea what the fuck a Gullah Geechee is. When I was a kid, and I'm from Savannah and know right where Sapelo Island is, which it's in McIntosh County, but it's in the area. There were Gullahs, and the ones, my mother's side of the family, they were all on St. Helena, Sea Islands of South Carolina. Georgia has Sea Islands too, but the Geechees were they weren't like one big, Gullahs and Geechees were two different groups, both black groups, but they were kind of different in that the Geechees, if I remember, and Geechee short for Ogeechee River. That's where the Geechee comes from. They were more inland, I thought. So maybe something's changed and I'm just not aware of it, but I never associated the two. I often hear people on YouTube talking about Gullah Geechee. And when I was growing up, you were either a Gullah, because I literally had a great aunt who lived over on St. Helena, and we used to go over there every weekend because my father had a big garden over there. So I spent a lot of time on St. Helena Island fishing. She literally lived like a 5-minute walk, maybe 10 minutes from a salt marsh. So, you could just walk right out of her driveway and walk down the road and be in some good fishing territory, saltwater fishing. Well, it was, no, saltwater. So anyway, let's hear this news story.
Welcome back. A WTOC update to a story
WTOC
from the very beginning.
I don't know who this lady is, and I do know the volume is low. Let's see if we can't get that volume up. God damn it. The volume's all the way up. Well, I want to listen to it anyway.
Months after hearing the case, the Georgia Supreme Court has ruled
Turn your volume up.
Of the Gullah Geechee communities on allowing a special election for zoning related to house size on Sapelo Island. Lindsay Stanger is in McIntosh County tonight with the latest.
It was right here on the lawns outside of the McIntosh County Courthouse where descendants of the Gullah Geechee community on Sapelo Island decided they were going to fight the county when it came to zoning on the island.
She actually looks like a girl I went to school with. She's way younger though, so it isn't.
What we need to do, because this is far from over.
Sapelo Island residents promising to keep their fight against larger homes on the island, celebrating a victory from the state Supreme Court Tuesday. Sapelo Island contains one of Georgia's last intact Gullah Geechee communities. In 2023, McIntosh County leaders voted to allow building homes that double the size of homes previously allowed on the island. At that time,
kinfolk to who?
And the descendants
you
of
mean
the Gullah Geechee community
actual
feared
news
allowing
anchor?
bigger homes would soon make taxes increase and price out the residents' party on the island. McIntosh County Commissioner Roger Lotson is one of two commissioners that voted against the rezoning back in 2023. He has since said he hopes that this decision can move the county forward to find a compromise.
It is my hope that because of this decision that we all can sit around the table and make a better future for all concerned.
Tuesday, the state Supreme Court unanimously reversed a lower court ruling that had stopped a countywide special election on whether to repeal the county's 2023 zoning ordinance that allowed for those larger homes on Sapelo Island.
I'll tell you what,
Tuesday's
other than the
decision by the Supreme
mosquitoes,
Court
there
found
is
that the
no
lower
better
court
place
was
to be than
wrong
those,
to conclude
the
that the
island.
zoning ordinance was not subject to referendum. With Tuesday's decision on their side, Sapelo Island descendants like
Oh,
Jack
I've never
Blunt
seen a
say
dragonfly.
they feel vindicated.
Even though there are plenty of times when, the legal system gets it wrong, this is the time when the legal system got
Oh, is that right?
Residents
Okay,
will
well,
get a
then I'll have
chance
to go with what
to
you
vote
say,
to
Sim.
repeal the new
I've
zoning
literally
rule on
never
Sapelo
heard
Island.
Geechee.
And for now,
I mean, I'm more,
or
oddly
building
enough,
bigger
I'm
homes
from
there
Georgia,
is
but I'm
on
more
hold.
familiar with the
It's
St.
unclear
Helena folks.
how soon the vote
So
will happen.
I'll go with what you
Reporting in
say.
McIntosh County, Lindsay Stanger, WTOC.
Though I don't
News.
understand the Geechee part. There is an Ogeechee River,
has covered these legal battles extensively.
which
You can
is,
take a look at our
if I
past coverage by heading to our
recall, it
website right now,
is,
WTOC.com.
I can't remember, I think it empties into the Savannah River.
And happening now, we are.
In newly released police footage, country singer Morgan Wallen denies throwing
Well,
a chair off the roof.
We'll just stop there. So, just a little bit of history. Places like in South Carolina, Defusky Island, Sapelo Island. I'd have to ask my father because I haven't been on St. Helena in I'm 60, probably 20 years. Time flies. Yeah, a lot of these, a lot of that property would get bought up. I have to find there's a YouTube documentary on this family in North Carolina, out on Outer Banks or somewhere, where for some reason or another, like an elder, like a matron of the family dies and doesn't leave a clear will. So, the property winds up in probate and all this stuff. And the family fights internally over who should inherit the property. But in the end, it's some big resort, some big rich real estate developer who winds up negotiating with one family member. I guess they feel, he has the strongest claim. So they basically supply him with lawyers and all this stuff because he's going to sell, the property to them to create a gated community. And a lot of that sort of stuff happened on St. Helena too, but Defusky, even Hilton Head. When I was a kid, Hilton Head wasn't anywhere near what it is now. I mean, you could just walk the beach unencumbered. A lot has changed over the past, I would say, probably 40 to 50 years. In all these, big, like gated communities and resorts and stuff, they just buy up land for cheap. And, I guess the good thing is maybe some of them supply jobs. But anyway, I'll stop reminiscing. If I think about it, maybe I'll find that documentary and show it tomorrow, because it would kind of align with some of the stuff I want to talk about. All right, so let's move on. This is ground news. This is called Burst Your Bubble. It's like a weekly newsletter. And let's see if there's anything in here worth watching. Judge blocks Trump cuts to anti-terror funding. Let's see. This is interesting. Part of a high-rise building in New York City collapses. No injuries reported. Nebraska joins Trump program to use public money for private school education. I really have a problem with school vouchers. A huge problem. Trump administration opens, I think I talked about this. There's a Trump plans to single-handedly bring back coal mining. And at the same time, raise premiums on Obamacare. You know, that black lung is going to be coming back, and people are going to need their Obamacare. Drug Task Force seizes 1 million pounds of cocaine in fiscal year 2025. Denying cartels $11 billion. That's in Florida. Planned Parenthood closes Louisiana clinics after 40 years due to financial and political pressure. Damn. U.S. plans on providing targeted intelligence for strikes on Russian energy. Ooh. I bet Ukraine's going to appreciate that. Women in Gaza say they were promised food, money, or work in exchange for sexual interactions. Is that what they're called now? They're called sexual interactions. I'm going to have to write that down and figure out how to use it in a sentence on the show. Snorting ain't easy when cocaine's a hell of a drug. Yeti, can y'all hear me in the chat? Oh, okay, Yeti. Yeah, you had me worried because I'm like, I haven't changed anything. Heirs property. Yeah. That's what it's called. I couldn't think of the term. Yeah, I'll see. Can I find it? I think I even watched it before I ever had a show, so I'll have to hunt it up. I don't think I saved it anywhere, but as a matter of fact, it's definitely worth watching. It's almost like a TV show. You know, there's so many twists and turns. So I'll definitely see. Can I find that? All right, so let's switch gears. How to live to 117. Researchers find clues in the world's oldest woman. A new study offers insights about what made Maria Brañas. I never took Spanish, so I might be mispronouncing this. Maria Brañas Morera. Do you speak Spanish? Tell me if my pronunciation is off. And what it could mean for the rest of us. She's a pretty girl back in the day, 117 or so years ago. This picture's from 1925. Damn. So, you know what? I'm going to play this. It's 7 minutes and it might be worth hearing. And then I have a contrasting story next.
You're listening to How to Live to 117. Researchers find clues in the world's oldest woman. A news story written by Gretchen Reynolds and read by an AI-generated voice.
Oh, wow.
Maria Brañas Morera's life was simple. She enjoyed yogurt, gardening, sleep, books, walks, friends, playing the piano, and dogs. But her lifespan was remarkable, and also inscrutable. When she died last year, aged 117 and still in relatively good health, she was the oldest person on Earth. But how? What was there about a quiet mother in Catalonia?
Yeah, I'll definitely show this tomorrow,
Sam.
Thank you very much.
A new study published recently in Cell Reports Medicine provides some intriguing clues. In one of the most thorough examinations yet of a supercentenarian, someone who lives to be at least 110, the authors closely investigated Morera's genes, immune system, cell function, cell age, microbiome, diet, disease biomarkers, and other facets of her lifestyle and physiology, with her cooperation, and compared them with those of other people both young and old. The study's findings suggest that Morera won the genetics lottery, said Manel Esteller, the chairman of genetics at the University of Barcelona School of Medicine and senior author of the study. Her genome included a wide array of genetic variants previously linked to long lifespan, but also some that, until now, hadn't been known to contribute to longevity. But her genetics don't explain everything, Esteller continued. Other aspects of her physiology, especially the workings of her immune system and the makeup of her gut, seem likewise to have played a role in her lifespan. They may also yield useful lessons for any of the rest of us with aspirations of becoming supercentenarians. Why Morera is unique. Maria Morera was born in San Francisco on March 4, 1907, then moved to the Catalonia region of Spain with her family when she was 8, staying there for the rest of her life. Esteller, whose lab researches cancer, as well as genetics, heard about Morera a few years ago, when she was already a supercentenarian. "They are so rare," he said, "and to have one close to us, we felt we should learn all we could about her." Interest in the physiology of the very old, especially superagers who remain relatively healthy, isn't new. Researchers with the Longevity Genes Project at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in the Bronx have been studying the genetics of centenarians since 1998. But even by the standards of superaging, Morera was special. Life expectancy for women in Catalonia is 86 years, Esteller said. In the United States, it's about 81 years for women and 76 years for men. Morera outlived that standard by more than 35 years. "We wanted to understand what made her unique," Esteller said. So, with Morera's permission and help, he and his colleagues visited her several times when she was 116, gathering samples of her blood, urine, saliva, and stool, along with extensive information about her lifestyle and health. Then, using a variety of techniques to catalog and characterize as many of the genes and molecules in Morera's tissues as possible, they began analyzing how her genetics played a role. "Genetics is certainly a big part of how we age," Esteller said, and on that count, Morera lucked out. Her cells carried most of the gene variants that past research had found in other long-lived people, including variants that play a role in DNA repair, as well as in the body's ability to clear away dead or malfunctioning cells, control inflammation, and create robust mitochondria, the energy powerhouses inside cells. Her genome also contained 7 other variants, Esteller and his colleagues found, that hadn't been identified in the very elderly before, and which he suspects played a substantial role in her longevity. Just as important, she didn't carry any gene variants known to increase risks for cancer, Alzheimer's, diabetes, or most other major chronic illnesses, and never developed any of those conditions. Her primary physical complaint was arthritis. If genes alone explained her lifespan, though, her family tree probably would have been filled with supercentenarians, Esteller felt, and none of her close relatives lived nearly that long. An efficient immune system. So he and his colleagues next looked at her immune system, which turned out to be unusually sturdy. She had a large reservoir of certain white blood cells, known as T cells, that carry a memory of past threats, such as infections and cancer. Examining those cells told the researchers that she had experienced many infections over her life, Esteller said. She was, for instance, the oldest person in Spain to have had COVID-19. The numbers and functions of these T cells often decline in the elderly, but hers remained very active, Esteller and his colleagues found. But not so active that they attacked healthy tissue, causing autoimmunity, which can often occur as people age. Instead, her immune system was fine-tuned and efficient, Esteller said. Why? The scientists aren't certain, but believe her genetics are involved. They also point to her microbiome. It was very good, Esteller said. In fact, her gut teemed with bacteria known to produce substances that may help reduce inflammation throughout the body, bolstering the immune system and overall health. It's important to point out that Morera's physiology was hardly perfect, Esteller said. She looked old, her joints ached, and she had signs of incipient disease, including high levels of the protein amyloid in her bloodstream, which might be a marker of future dementia, as well as issues with abnormal blood cells, which could indicate a risk for blood cancers. But she didn't have those diseases at the time of her death. Lessons on diet and lifestyle. What role did her diet and lifestyle play in all of this? A large one, Esteller and his colleagues believe. In the last 10 years of her life, she ate 3 plain yogurts a day, he said, and otherwise followed a typical Mediterranean diet. She ate very lightly, he said, a lot of fish and olive oil and fruit. She also walked often and gardened until the final years of her life, he said. The interplay of her lifestyle and genetics probably helped her maintain healthy cholesterol and blood sugar levels, he said, ensuring her blood chemistry at 116 looked like that of someone decades younger. In fact, when the scientists used available tests to check her biological age, which is how old or young our bodies seem to be based on how well they function, it was 23 years younger than her chronological age. Can the rest of us learn how to improve our own chances of a long, healthy life from Morera's life and biology? Sure, Esteller said, although he doesn't advocate a 3 yogurts a day diet. Maybe try one, he said, along with regular physical activity and social interaction. Morera mingled with other residents in her assisted living facility when she could and welcomed visitors. More study is needed. This study has limitations. In particular, Morera is a single person, said Nir Barzilai, a professor of medicine and genetics at Albert Einstein College of Medicine and founder of the Longevity Genes Project. We need many, many more examples of long-lived people, especially supercentenarians, before drawing any conclusions about the underpinnings of their longevity. Still, he's hopeful that studies such as this one and the ongoing Longevity Genes Project will lead to new insights into aging and potential lessons about the healthiest lifestyle choices for longevity, as well as possible drugs or other interventions that might help people age better. As for Esteller, the main message he and his colleagues gleaned from studying Morera was that aging and illness are separable, he said. She grew old. She did not grow seriously ill. Perhaps she would have eventually, he said. But something inside of her pushed that eventuality further and further out, until on August 19th, 2024, aged 117 and still mentally and physically well, she peacefully died in her sleep. Do you have a fitness question? Email your move at washpost.com,
well, that's the way to do
and
it.
we may answer your question in a future column. You're listening.
Now, let me contrast this. I didn't even know this was happening. Robots are learning to make human babies. 20 have already been born. When I read this, something in my head went dun, dun, dun. So it's something to do with IVF, of course. And this is in Mexico City. When she walked into, you know what? I'm not going to read all this. Let's find out. Let's get to the point. Oh, wow. This video shows moment of conception. Is that actually a video? Let's see. No, it's not one I can play. But trying to figure out. Here's one of the robots. The Aura system built by the startup Conceivable Life Sciences uses robotics and artificial intelligence to automate in vitro fertilization. Holy shit. Yeah, I remember Louise Joy Brown. I remember the first test tube baby. 78, I would have been what? 12? Something like that. A math problem. When Robert G. Edwards, the British scientist who invented in vitro fertilization, won the Nobel Prize, he was honored for pioneering a new era in medicine. But that recognition didn't come until 2010, 32 years after the first IVF child, Louise Joy Brown, was born to a couple who had been trying to conceive for almost a decade. Back in 1978, Edwards was derided along with the first cohort of women hoping to become pregnant through this new method. His project was almost scuttled for lack of funding as religious and scientific authorities accused him of manipulating test tube babies and playing God. Wow. Let's see. Who is this lovely couple? Noemi Pichardo. I think it's Picardo, and her husband, Edson Macuzet. I'm sure I'm mangling all this. A couple struggling with infertility, pictured at Hope IVF Center in Mexico City. Picardo became pregnant through a robotics and automation system, part of a clinical trial testing whether the process could be done with virtually no human intervention. Wow, dial a baby. Let's see this. Oh, wow. So the Mexican doctor has a direct line to Edwards, the Nobel Prize winner. The top student in Edwards' fertility clinic and lab at Bourne Hall in Cambridge was a Dutch postdoctoral student named Jacques Cohen. Cohen, who went on to run Edwards Clinic, is credited with inventing or advancing many of the seminal techniques. I wonder if that's a double entendre or a tongue-in-cheek joke. Seminal techniques used in embryology labs today, including egg freezing, egg thawing, and genetic testing. The young physician was drawn to the specialty because it combined the happiest part of medicine, creating babies, with an energizing technical challenge. Jeez. Wow. Well, this is interesting. If anybody wants this link, let me know. Let's see, this looks interesting, but I don't think I can enlarge it. I wonder if this, I'm not sure that I'm interested enough in this to explore it farther. But if anybody wants the link, oh, there's a little picture of a baby or an embryo. All right, so if anybody wants this link, let me know. I'll drop it. But welcome to the 21st century. Apparently, they are using a system in Mexico that including a lot of robotics. So no, not Seminole, Seminole. SEMIN. Shit, now I can't think of how to spell it. SEMINAL, Seminole. And I was making a semen joke, which is spelled slightly differently. Seminal fluid. It's spelled with E's instead of I's. Fat like y'all. Very interesting. All right, so that is pretty much it for. Oh, I wanted to do this. I wanted to talk about the title of the show, which comes from a video that I showed last night or last evening. A talk between Ezra Klein and Ta-Nehisi Coates. And Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I'd say I'm a fan of his, not a huge fan. He's evolved into possibly the 21st century's W.E.B. Du Bois, at least as far as writing. He's evolved into an excellent writer. And sometimes reading Du Bois, he will stun you with how good a writer he is. In my mind, he was a little inconsistent, but when he was on his game, it was almost, majestic would be the word I use. But anyway, Ta-Nehisi Coates says that he wants, some of this rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was spitting to go the way of phrenology. And maybe everybody knows what phrenology is. I didn't really get any questions, but I just thought I would read it. Phrenology is a pseudoscience that involves the measurement of bumps on the skull to predict mental traits. It is based on the concept that the brain is the organ of the mind and that certain brain areas have localized specific functions or modules. It was said that the brain was composed of different muscles so that those were used more often, so those that were used more often were bigger, resulting in different skull shapes. This provided reasoning for the common presence of bumps on the skull in different locations. The brain muscle the brain muscles not being used as frequently remained small and were therefore not present on the exterior of the skull. Although both those ideas have a basis in reality, phrenology generalizes beyond empirical knowledge in a way that departs from science. The central phrenological notion that measuring the contour of the skull can predict personality traits is discredited by empirical research developed by German physician Franz Joseph Gall in 1796. The discipline was influential in the 19th century, especially from about 1810 to 1840. The principal British center for phrenology was Edinburgh, where the Edinburgh Phrenological Society was established in 1820. Basically, and I actually sometimes compare IQ to phrenology. There are trends and stuff like that, but, not that much empirical knowledge, even though people like Charles Murray try to provide empirical knowledge. To me, and a lot of other people, they kind of fall short. So some of Charlie Kirk's notions about culture and intellect, IQ specifically, were just basically phrenology, anecdotal, or whatever the words you want to use. The problem is that I hear a lot of Black people doing, spewing some of the same bullshit that Charlie Kirk used to. So, some of these notions of Black culture, for instance, or just culture in general, need to go the way of phrenology. Basically, a lot of this stuff is just pseudo-intellectual, pseudo-scientific, and the right person can just, kind of swat them down like a tennis ball. A lot of these people just hear some shit on YouTube and keep repeating the pseudo-intellectual stuff. So, let's see here. Yeah, like humors of the body, pseudoscience. Oh yeah, humors. You'll watch some of these old period piece movies. Well, they'll go like it was like before germ theory. Some of the notions that the air, bad airs, that sort of thing. So let's see. I am kind of waiting for this.
Yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. Hold on,
I don't think there's a verdict yet.
Hang on one moment here.
I do actually have a video I wanted to show.
All rise. We're getting it. Matthew is so good at doing this. That is why I am bringing him.
Okay,
to
so somebody's tweeting from inside the courtroom.
Inside the courtroom reporting. He really tells you what's going on in there. Oh, okay, look, he just posted another update. Judge, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd, yesterday, and the letter from Mr. Combs, and the video that the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others. I appreciate them. So this is, again, he's saying these are like the letters, people wrote letters in support and of Sean Combs and against him for this sentencing hearing. Okay, so he just said that. We have another update yet? Let's see. That's it so far. So that's what we've gotten so far from Matthew. It's right on the screen.
All right. Well, for those of you who may not know, I actually got an X account. So I went and followed this inner city press guy. I guess what I could do is drop his little link here.
All right. As soon as I have something more from Matthew, I will put it up on the screen for you. Bringing you live breaking news coverage.
So this is the X account IP address or URL for this guy that.
Hold on a second. I just want to mention something.
The X account this guy's
it's not about
following.
This, but I want to give you an update on this, on something President Trump posted. Where is this thing here? President
Let's
Trump
see.
has given a deadline. Let me just, for a brief interruption of our Diddy coverage, let me just show you what President Trump posted.
Hmm.
I believe he has posted things like this before, but just want to show you here. He's talking about Hamas. He says, an agreement must be reached with Hamas by Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Every country has signed on. If this last chance agreement is not reached, all hell like no
I
one has
see.
ever seen
So
before will break out against
to
Hamas. There will be
follow
peace in the Middle East
him,
one way or the other. Now, one thing I'm a bit confused about is, I mean, I don't know that Israel has been holding back anything from attacking Hamas for the last 2 years. If you've seen videos and pictures of Gaza, you know how strong the Israeli attack has been on Hamas the last couple of years. So I don't know what to make of this. But anyways, I am just letting you know that President Trump is giving a new deadline of Hamas of Sunday evening at 6 p.m. DC time. All right, I don't want to get all into that. I was just letting you know.
well, so
I posted
far
this a
Hamas
short
has
time ago.
refused.
That's 4:09 p.m. Spain time. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to the Diddy, trial, the Diddy sentencing hearing.
I don't know. To be honest,
And let's see if Matthew has any reports from inside. Any more from inside? We have a new updates from inside the courthouse. New updates from Matthew from inside the courthouse. Check it out. Matthew says, okay, look. Combs' lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. That's from the corrections, I think, MDC. I think that's from Metropolitan District of Corrections. So Combs' lawyer, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. Prosecutor Slavic, we don't have a copy. Judge, please give her one. Prosecutor Slavic, Mia no longer wishes to address the court today. Wow, look at this. Mia, which is a pseudonym for Diddy's former personal assistant, she was going to address the court, encouraging a harsher sentence for Diddy. Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letters submitted by the defense bullying. Prosecutor Slavic, we think the defense's letter violated
well, I'm going to move
Your
on.
Honor's
Seems
rules.
everybody
Judge,
is
I thought
going
the
somewhere
tone of the
else, so I might
defense's
as well
letter
watch
was
what I want to watch.
inappropriate. Ooh.
And I'll come back if the press conference starts. All right, so this video is basically, shit, I don't even remember. It's called How the Supreme Court of the United States Betrayed Black America After the Civil War. So we'll listen to at least a little bit of it because there's some historical stuff in here that I thought interesting. And I didn't watch all of it, but I did basically re-record it and ran it through YouTube's algorithm just to make sure there were no copyright issues. So we'll watch a little bit of it, and then I'll just keep up with what's happening with the Diddy stuff.
Up for you today, it is about a topic we've repeatedly alluded to, mostly in past, and that is the Supreme Court's role in the end of Reconstruction and redemption, basically a primer on what we'll call the Redemption Court. We wanted to do this episode in part because, as we discussed in a debrief after we finished recording, which we unfortunately did not tape, there is a concerted attack, really a concerted effort to repeal a constitutional amendment. That's how one of our guests put it, or at least a concerted effort to repeal the vision for the country reflected in that amendment. Really, these guys, and some girls are coming for the 14th Amendment. Look no further than a recent panel that featured Curtis Yarvin, one of J.D. Vance's mentors, Christopher Rufo, Patrick Deneen, Christopher Caldwell, and Johnny Burtka, talking about, well, a lot of things, which led them around to some of their problems with the 14th Amendment, which you can hear here.
And what that means in practice in my world, which is obviously very distant from the world of the Trump administration, is you wake up, one morning, you're a gangbanger in Baltimore or whatever, and your life is about to change because your life is, you are not an aristocrat. You are not a, you have to be part of a society. And being part of a society means that you are going to get your welfare check or however you support yourself from your minister. And you are part of that community, and you don't pay taxes, your relationship with the state is intermediated through your church. And basically, your minister can drug test you, he can assign you work, he can tell you, he can put an air tag on you, he can tell you where to go, where not to go. And let me tell you, for every gangbanger in Baltimore, if you were to ask, these are not people who go to church, but the thing is, if you actually look at their social connections, they are part of a society, and if they were to be assigned to a reverend, you would know which reverend that was.
It sounds to me like there's a problem in a country. I understand you're talking in a non-American way.
Yes.
Intentionally. The problem obviously comes with the interaction of the 14th Amendment and the First Amendment, right? We can't establish a religion, and the rules have to be the same for everyone. Whereas I think you're looking at something where you'd have you have a two-part country. You're distinguishing between modern and traditional people. I think that in order to get to something like that country, you have to go back behind the 14th Amendment. In fact,
let me identify two of the people. The guy on the left in the suit is Christopher Rufo. He works for the Manhattan Institute, that conservative think tank. And he was one of the main architects, the main architect on this whole CRT thing. He was the force behind it. And basically, he got he blew up as a quote MAGA intellectual after Trump kind of recognized him and invited him to the White House back in Trump's first term. Rufo instrumental and basically the main architect of what went down in Florida, where they took over New College, basically got rid of CRT there was no CRT in the high school, but some of the little social studies type books, you could say there was, ideas maybe taken from CRT and kind of put into the coursework, but it wasn't CRT actual. I think it would be fair to say some of it might have been CRT influenced. However, Rufo intentionally distorted exactly what CRT was, which was just very disingenuous. And essentially, it was a scare tactic. He made CRT into this big bogeyman, and it simply was not that. I think you could probably make the argument that in a lot of cases, CRT, which started in the legal academy, kind of, it's almost like DEI. It started out really good, and then people started just using it in ways or places that it wasn't intended originally to be. So CRT admittedly became kind of like a Frankenstein's monster, kind of a patchwork, people tacking on, their personal takes on CRT. A comment that I made in the past, if you're familiar with Ibram Kendi, I've always thought that anti-racism, which is like Ibram X. Kendi's thing. I've always thought of anti-racism, anti-racist Kendi's like the only way to deal with racists or racist ideas is with anti-racist ideas. And I've always thought of that anti-racist stuff as applied CRT. Basically taking CRT principles and actually putting them, into the material world, which CRT was not actually, CRT itself was really, like they said, kind of a theory, like a legal lens to view laws and specifically the results of the laws, intended or unintended. But Kendi also says that, hey, I'm not really a CRT guy. I don't know whether that's true or not. But anyway, the guy on the left here is Christopher Rufo. He was the one who made CRT into the big bogeyman that it is now. He was also influential in the takeover of New College, which was in the Florida university system. It used to be almost like like a hippie college, and he took it over basically. Well, he was on the board of directors, but he was the prime architect. Basically, turned it into something more like I guess it would have been one of these. I can't think of the name of the college. He basically wanted to turn it into some version of Liberty University. Very conservative. And then he had a major influence on, tossing out AP, African American Studies. He was basically in DeSantis's ear. Hey, we don't need any of that stuff. And he continues to have an influence. As far as I know, he's still on the University System of Florida's board of directors. Not a good guy, in my opinion. A very intentional misinterpreter of what stuff is, very political. And this is actually something that Irami yesterday and Ta-Nehisi Coates talked about. These guys really want power to implement their ideas. And like, I think it was J.D. Vance who said, hey, if we have to lie to get what we think should be happening, we will lie to do it. So that is truly a politics of power, and it's bad politics. So, and then the guy right across from Rufo, who started off the video, probably everybody knows who he is. He's, damn it, his name escapes me now too. Man, I am getting old. But I don't know who the two older guys are, but this group of guys, talking about the 14th Amendment, in my opinion, the 14th Amendment is very straightforward in all this twisting of words and all this stuff. They're just trying to get around the clear language of the Constitution.
I think you have to repeal the 14th Amendment because the only institutions that we have for accommodating that level of diversity, where actually you can say, you know what, it's going to be Methodist ministers who are dealing with this in the state of Maryland and dealing with our gangbangers, and the only institutions we have with the requisite power and specificity are the states. And that so you'd wind up with an actual and actually removing the 14th Amendment would not just give you the status quo anti-14th Amendment, because we have so much more mobility today and we have so much more capacity to sort that it would kind of wind up like this problem that we already have. That was this was his name, Bill Bishop, who wrote that book about the
big sort.
Yes.
Yeah. There's another path which seems to be much easier. Think of all of the effort of the Federalist Society of the last 50 years to, through the education of young people, through the law schools, through the appointment of judges, to repeal Roe. And it had, the efficacious effect eventually of getting to that point. Now imagine if even a modicum of that energy had been directed at revisiting the question of incorporation. It's not the 14th Amendment per se that has led to this particular outcome. It's the interpretation of the 14th Amendment that begins in the middle part of the 20th century that says the 14th Amendment requires absolute standardization. For example,
and we are super fortunate today to be joined for this segment by two guests who have been leading voices offering critically needed public education on this important topic. And so we're kind of following their lead and offering up our platform and our listeners the chance to benefit from their expertise.
So today we are delighted to be joined by Sherilyn Ifill. Sherilyn is the former president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. She's currently the founding director of the 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy and the Vernon Jordan Distinguished Professor in Civil Rights at Howard University School of Law. She's one of the most important legal minds in the game, and it is always a genuine gift to have her here on the pod as our guest. So Sherilyn, welcome back to Strict Scrutiny.
I'm really thrilled to be with you all.
And we are also delighted to be joined by Jamelle Bouie, who's a columnist for the New York Times, co-host of the Unclear and Present Danger podcast, and an accomplished photographer and TikToker. Jamelle was recently recognized with the Kerry McWilliams Award from the American Political Association for his journalistic contributions to the understanding of politics. As with Sherilyn, we are super fans of Jamelle's, which you, dear listeners, probably realize given how often we recommend his work to you. So, Jamelle, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
So we should note for our listeners that we are airing this segment on the 20th anniversary of one John G. Roberts Jr. being confirmed to the Supreme Court. We will leave to your inference, listeners, why that might be.
A redemption for John Roberts, as it were. Anyway, Sherilyn, Jamelle, let's start out with a basic brush clearing question. When we say Reconstruction, what exactly are we talking about? And I just think it's important to do this because, as you know, we're not allowed to talk about Reconstruction anymore. So let's just do it really quickly right here in secret.
Generally refers to the period, usually the first decade and a half following the Civil War, where the Congress eventually is trying to literally reconstruct the nation following the war. That means reincorporating the rebel states into the United States. It means dealing with the constitutional issues that emerge out of the war and emancipation. And for, I'd say, the more radical people in Congress at the time, your John Binghams and Thaddeus Stevenses and so on and so forth, it really does mean trying to fundamentally reshape what the United States is in the wake of the war. There's an interesting conversation to have about when you say Reconstruction ends. The traditional end date for Reconstruction is 1877, following the 1876 presidential election. I am fond of the view that Reconstruction ends in different places at different times. And so in some places it ends in 1873 and 1874. In other places, it's not really ending until the 1880s. And I think you can make an actual pretty good case that you should, the last date at which you should close the door on Reconstruction is 1890, when that's the last time the federal government tries to pursue federal voting regulation until the 20th century.
Okay, so that's a great distillation. So you have this period anywhere between a decade-ish to 2.5 decades in which you have aggressive efforts by Congress to actually reconstitute the nation, the constitutional democracy. You have these, obviously, 3 formal amendments to the Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and lots of statutes and other kinds of interventions by the federal government. So people are probably relatively familiar, even though they might disagree about the specific both time span and definition of Reconstruction. People, I think, are less familiar with redemption, right, as a concept and a time period. So maybe, Sherilyn, let's bring you in. What do we mean when we talk about the redemption period? And then we'll get more specifically to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, in order to explain redemption, though, we have to kind of also add on to what was happening during Reconstruction and what it meant. This period, in addition to all of the things that Jamelle has pointed out, what's meant in this country: political advancement, Black people being elected up and down the government, including to the United States Congress, an incredible period of excitement within Black communities about being citizens, as the 14th Amendment deemed them, political organizing happening in communities throughout the South, people learning about our political system and trying to understand how to navigate politics. because of the Freedmen's Bureau, the period of Reconstruction was also a massive public works program in which the South had to be physically rebuilt, but because of the news into the body politic of formerly enslaved people, there had to be emergency funds for just people being able to survive, the building of housing, and most of all, the innovation of public schools. The public school system in the United States begins in Reconstruction. Prior to Reconstruction, of course, there were schools in the North, the Common School movement in the Northeast, but in the South, Black people, of course, were uneducated, and white people were largely uneducated as well. There were some private academies and schools. I think North Carolina was the only state that really had public schools. But because of the importance of education for Black people, the Freedmen's Bureau was critical, along with Northern philanthropists who came down, and teachers, with creating a public school system. So part of the reason I say this is because the question is, what had to be redeemed? And what were they trying to redeem from? They were trying to redeem what was characterized as kind of lost Southern honor, which was not just about the war, but about Reconstruction, about the idea of Black people being on an equal status with white people, the idea of Black people entering politics and having a say over the future of their states and their cities and their regions, the ability of Black policemen, the ability of Black postal workers. All of this was an affront to white supremacists in the South, who insisted that these new Black people who were experiencing leadership were corrupt, were driving the South into the ground, were lascivious, were violent, and that they needed to be removed, and that the South needed to reclaim its decency by removing and changing what they deemed this unnatural situation of Black people in leadership positions. And that redemption took many forms. One form was violence, just unending violence against Black people. One of the forms was kind of congressional inaction, of course. One of the forms was the Supreme Court, narrowly and reading out of the Civil War amendments the promise of full citizenship for Black people. The last part of it, of course, was redeeming the narrative of the South. Who are we? And this is where the lost cause ideas begin to develop, that, in fact, we're not this defeated group of white supremacists who did not have a noble cause. We had a noble cause. And, we were just outwitted by the North because they had more money and therefore they had more guns and more machinery, but we had the noble cause. And, it touches everything, this idea of redemption. Every photograph that you all have seen, and I've seen, not photograph, but drawing, rendering, for example, of that, the surrender at Appomattox, in which Robert E. Lee, who wasn't very tall, looks like he's 6'5", and, Grant is, so this idea of nobility, of Southern nobility, and of the North having unleashed this unnatural wave of Black leadership that needs to be taken over. And redemption is this period in which whites in the South, aided by white Northerners, go about redeeming themselves and redeeming power in the South.
Every year in constitutional law, I ask the students, how many of you have heard of redemption or the lost cause? And I will get somewhere between 1 to 5 students in an 80% some section. This isn't a change. I don't think, I didn't personally know about redemption or the lost cause movement when I was in law school. And this just seems like a real gap in historical memory, but also like an illustration of the success of the redemption and lost cause movements in some ways, like that it has become invisible in education.
One of the reasons why one of the goals of the 14th Amendment,
especially in Florida,
is to encourage the teaching of a 14th Amendment seminar in every law school. This is the reset of our country, the most powerful constitutional moment after 1789. And it's outrageous that lawyers are not educated about it. None of us, I'm sure, were in any way that was meaningful or significant. I know we didn't even read the full 14th Amendment in law school. We read Section 1 and Section 5. And so that's one of the things that we have to do. I know at the end we'll talk more about what we can do going forward, but this has to be corrected.
Yeah, I'll just add real quick that the redemption period is very much, I think, subsumed in American historical memory, in part by the lost cause, in part in terms of just general education. There is, you focus on the West, you focus on the populist movement in the 1880s, 1890s, like the South after 1876 becomes just sort of like, oh, well, what's happening down there is Jim Crow, right? And you can kind of just move on. And there is this real loss of the complexity and also just like dynamic events happening in the former Confederate States that are shaping the rest of the nation in major ways. Because, of course, and then we'll discuss this, as the Supreme Court is drastically limiting the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments and their implications, that also has sort of implications for how Congress exercises its power nationally, how states exercise their power. There's this tension that emerges during Reconstruction between basically the goals of the authors of these amendments and just the general conception of what federal power is capable of doing. And you see moments when Congress is basically like, we can do a lot in a way that almost feels quite modern.
Or not.
And so the Enforcement Acts in 1870, 1871. Right, and then you have moments where Congress is like, we can't
That feels familiar.
do this. I've always, yeah.
It's the Supreme Court that tells them they can't do it. Right.
And one thing I've always been fascinated by is just that, a key justice in this moment is Salmon Chase, who notably was not some kind of revanchist white supremacist. Like, he was a leading anti-slavery figure before the war, was very integral to helping the Union finance the war. But he also, in his sort of pre-war political career, does believe in states' rights quite deeply. I mean, this is kind of the ironies of like Civil War, is that like both sides, in a way, we're fighting for states' rights, just a different set of what that meant. And so Chase is like, well, obviously we live under a constitutional system that doesn't allow this kind of stuff. You can't trample over states' rights this way. And there's like this ideological limit that he has, even as an anti-slavery guy, that he kind of can't get over. And one of the interesting things I think about all of this is the way that some of the very same figures who are integral to building the Republican Party, to successfully fighting the war, are also people who are part of this retrenchment in the years following.
But this is a really great place to pivot. Charlene, you've already introduced the prospect of the court, and Jamal, you sort of laid it out really nicely here. We have this moment where Congress seems like it's really exercised to do something. They have this authority under these new Reconstruction amendments. They are passing legislation, and at every turn, this legislation is being challenged because it is going perhaps farther than many people want. And when they challenge all of these measures, it all winds up in the Supreme Court, and you have a court that isn't quite as progressive as Congress is on a lot of different fronts. So can we talk a little bit about this Reconstruction court, maybe Reconstruction/Gilded Age court, that seems to be deeply, deeply skeptical of the prospect of expanded federal power? And maybe we can even go further and kind of relate it to this particular moment where, as I've mentioned earlier, it seems like our current court is embodying the ethos of that earlier Gilded Age court.
It's really an astonishing study. It's the ultimate rabbit hole for people like us that you can fall down this particular court, because it's not just the court. There are particular bad actors who just are unbelievable. And there are so many. I would start with, I always say it's the 4 decisions that are the most important, but as we were talking about, there are many others as well, right? So I start with the Slaughterhouse case in 1873 This is the first case brought under the 14th Amendment, and so entirely fitting for our current moment that the first, challenge to the scope of the 14th Amendment in the Supreme Court is a case not brought on behalf of Black people or that involves Black people at all, New Orleans. And what's significant about the case is that, essentially the language of privileges and immunities, which, is in the 14th Amendment, is rendered into nothing. It's the Supreme Court says, well, privileges and immunities, what are the privileges and immunities of citizenship? The ability to board ships in international waters. I mean, it's like things that are utterly insignificant.
Protection on the high seas.
Something on
the
the high
rights
seas,
we all
so
draw
we, so
all
we
the
lose
time.
this provision that I think that today, if we talked about what we think are the privileges and immunities of citizenship, there's some things we would say that would be actually quite significant to the moment. But that just gets read out. We just never touch it again. Like that's just what that is. So that's already 1873.
So can we pause over Slaughterhouse just for a second to like walk through kind of these cases? So I wanted to highlight, since, Sherilyn and Melissa, you were talking about how these decisions really limited the scope of Congress's power to pursue its vision for the country. And there's this quote from Slaughterhouse cases where the court says it would, quote, degrade the state governments, end quote, to transfer responsibility for protecting civil rights from the states to the federal government. And I just think that phrase is so illuminating because it borrows on this idea of, right, restoring the honor of the South, redeeming the South, right, because something has been lost to them, and that you can see it, right, in the language that the court uses, right, to blunt the force of these amendments.
To Leah's point too, and like that language and that ethos is very much underpinning John Roberts's 2013 majority decision in Shelby County versus Holder, which dismantles the preclearance regime on the view that subjecting formerly discriminatory states to preclearance degrades them in some way in the eyes of sister states.
See, this makes me crazy because it is a denial of the very project of the Civil War amendments, right? The Civil War amendments start from the premise that what we have learned is that if we are going to integrate, and we're going to integrate Black people, both formerly enslaved and free, into the body politic and into full class citizenship, the states cannot be trusted to protect their rights. That's basically, if we just had to put it in a nutshell, right? If the great reordering of the Civil War amendments is the expansion of federal power at to the detriment of the states. The words "no state shall," right? That is kind of the core of the thing. And they don't just dream it up, and this is where the John Roberts example comes from. Congress has the enforcement power. That is incredibly important. Federal citizenship comes before state citizenship in the first sentence of the 14th Amendment. Every person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen of the United States and of the state in which they reside. So all the signals are like your national citizenship and national power are going to be critical here. But more importantly, Congress, which has the power to enforce, has a job to do. And there's no better example of Congress doing that job than when the Congress passes those enforcement acts that you're talking about. And they hold a series of hearings, Ku Klux Klan hearings. President Grant is getting letters. He's going nuts. We got to do something about this violence in the South. Congress doesn't just write up an enforcement act. They hold hearings, and brave Black people come forward to say, this is what has happened to us. We live in the woods because we're afraid to be in our house. They broke something in me when they violently raped me. They tied me to a tree and they whipped me. They give all of this information, which then leads Congress to pass the Ku Klux Klan Acts, or the enforcement acts, as we call them. This is like Congress spending a year investigating whether Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act and the coverage formula is still needed, by doing a year's worth of hearings, by having 90 witnesses, by having thousands of pages of material, and ultimately concluding, we thought it would be better and it's actually worse. And therefore, we're going to extend the Voting Rights Act again in 2006. And the Supreme Court coming forward and saying that that is a dishonor to the reputation of the South. Yes, the whole point of the Civil War amendments was the South is dishonored. They have dishonored themselves, and we don't trust them to protect the rights of these particular people. I don't think I'm exaggerating. All of the signs, all of the legislative history point to that.
No, I think that's exactly right. I'd also want to add that the ruling in Slaughterhouse, it's not just like a push against I think a proper reading of the 14th, much less expansive reading, but the ideological victory of the Civil War was not just to, establish the United States as like a singular entity, but really to settle this question that kind of plagued the entire antebellum period of what exactly is like the ontological status of the states. Are they co-sovereigns? Are they genuinely on par with the national government, or are they something else? And by essentially saying in the war, you can't secede, like Lincoln's argument that the Union precedes the Constitution itself. So there's no way for states to actually succeed, like on a very basic, again, like ontological level. The Civil War says the states are genuinely subordinate. They are subordinate. They are a subordinate political entity to the national government. And although they retain some rights and some privileges, they ultimately are, they don't have the kind of co-sovereignty that Roberts imagines and that the majority in Slaughterhouse imagines. And, it's one of the interesting things to me in the present moment is how much the crusade against the 14th Amendment is happening hand in hand with an attempt to empower states to basically act in ways as to treat national citizenship as like irrelevant. It doesn't exist anymore, which really is like a direct repudiation of like the Civil War itself, of the settlement of that conflict.
Yeah, so I want to go on to United States versus Cruikshank, Sherilyn, which you were about to, but just on this particular point of, retaining the state's authority and this being a hallmark both of redemption and some modern day decisions, there is this language from United States versus Reese, which is interpreting one of the laws that Congress enacted, where the court says, well, this statute contemplates a most important change because before it, like, states regulated in their own way all of the details of all elections, end quote. And the court uses that as a reason, right, to dismiss the indictment against election inspectors who refuse to register Black men to vote. And this idea that states somehow emerge from Reconstruction, right, with this plenary control, near plenary control over elections is, of course, also a feature of Shelby County versus Holder. But United States versus Cruikshank. Sherilyn, I'm sorry I interrupted you when you were about to go on to the case.
No, not at all. And I think that is so right, because that shows up again in the 20th century, in that early 20th century case, Giles versus Harris, where, Oliver Wendell Holmes says, well, we could tell, Alabama that they have to register Black people, but they won't. So what's the point of us telling them, right? Because like somehow we have no power over the states. U.S. versus Cruikshank is really important because this is one of, I consider it the greatest tragedy of this period in terms of, of Supreme Court cases. And it is also the place where we can understand that there's a genuine villain of this period, right? And that is Justice Bradley, who's really creepy.
Oh, the worst.
So U.S. versus Cruikshank. Yes. I'm just saying, I hear you guys every week, and you talk about Sam Alito and stuff.
No.
Justice
He
Bradley,
walks so Sam Alito. Justice Bradley walks so Sam Alito.
The kind of guy.
Could write Dobbs.
I'm just saying.
The Constitution of the family, the divine ordinance of things.
The worst of the worst. Wow.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
Of course, his concurrence in the Myra Bradwell case.
He's particularly violent conflict in Grants Parish, Louisiana, after an election in which Black people, Black voters, are in the courthouse protecting the ballots of election in which the Republicans have won. The white Democrats are angry and they emerge out of the woods to attack the courthouse. There's kind of a standoff at some point the black people decide to surrender and lay their arms down, and they are massacred by the whites who have come to the courthouse. Now, at this point, this is after the Ku Klux Klan Act, so we've got some material, we've got a statute that we can use, and in fact, remember that because of the statutes, the Ku Klux Klan Acts, the Klan had actually been on the run. This was something that President Grant wanted, and it was successful. They were prosecuting these cases of mob violence, and it was forcing the Klan underground for a couple of years. Then we have this big conflict in Grants Parish, and I will say on January 6, 2021, I was sitting here in my house, and when I watched what was unfolding on the television screen, I went to my computer to write an email to our staff. Then I was leading the Legal Defense Fund, in which I talked about the Colfax massacre and how reminiscent this was. This did not look surprising to me. This is what I imagined it looked like. So the case goes to trial. They get a few of the people. They don't get all of the white folks, but they get some of them. And there is a zealous prosecution of these individuals. But this is the period when Supreme Court justices ride circuit. And that means they show up in local jurisdictions and they help with trials and so forth. And unfortunately, Justice Bradley is the person riding circuit in Louisiana where the litigation is unfolding. And he shows up periodically, comes up on the bench with the trial judge who's really managing the case well. The United States is obviously prosecuting these individuals. So this is like a real Justice Department, which is why we have it, right, to do this. The Justice Department created for this purpose, federal question jurisdiction created in this period as well. All of this is designed, again, to go back to Jamel's point, to say, like, to empower the federal government relationship in which the state is subordinate, right, to the federal government. And so Bradley proceeds to show up, and honestly, the prosecuting attorney is kind of beside himself with the way in which he's inserting himself into various decisions during the unfolding of the trial. They're obviously making it clear where he stands and that he wants to do something about these men being convicted. There's a question that, I won't go into all the details, that is outstanding, that they asked the jury to decide before the actual verdict. Justice Bradley leaves, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. We're going to be able to bring this trial to a close without him hearing. Whereupon Justice Bradley reappears, and he says, no, I was working on that question that you have, and I now have an opinion about that question, and he presents that opinion, which then requires that the jury's indictment be removed. And on top of that, he orders the release of the men. And they are released to great fanfare. There's a big barbecue the next week where the men are in the middle of the town. And the kind of despair that goes through the Black community at the release of these men, right? And we've just seen 600 people who stormed the Capitol released. The despair that goes through them, the recognition that they are not protected as they have been. And much of the violence that then happens after 1875 into the 1880s is this re-upping, right, of Klan violence, of mob violence, because the federal arm has been removed. And the Supreme Court's decision in Cruikshank, it does go to the Supreme Court. Bradley, again, clearly having a very strong influence on his brethren, is that there has to be state action, that this mob, they were not creatures of the state. They weren't sheriffs. They didn't work for the state. They're just random people. And the 14th Amendment does not authorize Congress to impose statutes that allow the federal government to just go after random mobs. It's not clear, he says, that this is about race, that it's not alleged claims were African American, and it's not clear that they were trying to interfere with the right to vote. That's also not clear enough in the complaint. I mean, it's insane. And so that's U.S. versus Cruikshank in 1875. 1875 also happens to be the year that the Civil Rights Act is passed. This is the year that Charles Sumner dies, and on his deathbed, protect my bill, he says to Frederick Douglass.
Just to go back to Cruikshank, Jamel, you've talked about this a little bit, but there's actually one member of the modern court who is incredibly interested in Cruikshank and in overruling it. And that, perhaps paradoxically, is one Clarence Thomas, right? He spends a lot of time talking about U.S. versus Cruikshank and the failure of Reconstruction and the rise of redemption in his decision. So, for example, in McDonald versus City of Chicago, he writes a concurrence in which he talks about overruling Cruikshank, and he talks about resurrecting the privileges or immunities clause as a more productive avenue for incorporating the Bill of Rights. In Bruin versus NYSERPA, that Second Amendment case from just a few years ago, he also mentioned Cruikshank and the disarmament of African American men, a disarmament that he says left the Black community prone to incredible violence. And all of this is laying a foundation for a more muscular and expansive understanding of the Second Amendment. So can we say a little bit about how this particular court is using Reconstruction and redemption, perhaps for advancing an agenda that is completely at odds with the agenda that the radical Reconstructionists or even just the regular Reconstructionists would have had in mind?
I think in Thomas's case, and here I'm going to borrow from Corey Robbins' assessment of Thomas in his book. I think Thomas has this vision of sort of the elevation of Black men, sort of this vision of like Black patriarchy that he sees on one end, the modern welfare state as undermining this, and on the other end, decisions like Cruikshank, robbing Black men of the kind of the access to authority needed to maintain the sort of patriarchal status. So I think for Clarence Thomas, this idiosyncratic interest of his is part of this very masculinist set of beliefs he has about the importance of a Black household led by an empowered Black man who obviously owns a ton of guns, and can use that to defend the household. As for sort of the uses and abuses of Reconstruction, I mean, I think the current Republican appointed majority on the court sees Reconstruction and sees the project of Reconstruction as one of establishing a constitution that doesn't recognize color. And so from there, right, nothing the government does in the present that might acknowledge the existence of racial inequality, that might acknowledge the necessity for ameliorating, the legacies of racial discrimination. None of that's legitimate because the Constitution doesn't recognize color. I think it would run counter to the people who wrote these amendments, because at no point were they that formerly enslaved have no particular status that we can't pay attention to. The whole point was to, in fact, say that, the Constitution does not sanction racial subordination. It does very much sanction efforts to try to deal with its legacy. The same Congress that writes, or the same members who write the 13th, 14th Amendment are also constructing the Freedmen's Bureau. They are, actively, looking at efforts, as Sherilyn mentioned earlier, to assist the formerly enslaved and free Blacks as well. The author of the 1875 Civil Rights Act. I mean, when you go down the line, it's very clear that these lawmakers understood themselves to be establishing colorblindness in the sense that the Constitution does not, again, recognize racial subordination, but not colorblindness in the modern sense. We could have a conversation about how, you have someone like Lyman Trumbull, I believe the Illinois senator, who's using phrases like colorblind in 1867, 1868, but he doesn't mean it the way that we might say it today, right? He means it in the sense that the only way anyone knew the government recognized color was.
Yeah, it's actually rather interesting how Clarence Thomas, I think Clarence Thomas, if I recall, and Justice Thomas in that Asians versus Harvard and Asians versus UNC talk about how the Constitution is colorblind. And when I read that, I'm like, what? Where on earth? We literally, slavery was ended And the 14th Amendment, I don't know, it's not colorblind. We know what the purpose was, but the way it was written, it does. If you want to be literal and you want to make assumptions, there are just as many valid assumptions on the opposite side of, Thomas and Roberts. And, really it comes down to who has control of the court. And, you could wind up 50 years down the line and, if Clarence Thomas, his ideas about precedent is not gospel, you can have this seesaw in 50 years back the other way. I just don't understand why stability and ruling in favor of stability is not one of the goals. And I think that, you'll hear the justices in their little individual speeches during their summer break talk about stability, and we don't care about, politics and that sort of stuff. And that's like the farthest thing. And the reality is the Supreme Court has been political since day one. John Marshall, for instance, was a cousin of Thomas Jefferson. He fucking hated Jefferson. Probably hated Madison too. I don't know. Sometimes it's disappointing to hear how disingenuous Supreme Court justices are. This denial that they're political. I'm not opposed to imposing term limits. I'm not a big fan of term limits, but in the case of the Supreme Court, I'm not sure it wouldn't be a bad idea to slap some term limits on them.
By putting a boot on people's faces. And so you can't do that. But if you were to ask, Thaddeus Stevens, does the Constitution allow federal government to directly assist the descendants of enslaved people? I'm 99% certain. 99% certain that Thaddeus Stevens would be like, that's a stupid question. Of course it does.
Yeah. And essentially every major player, but what is essentially irrefutable historical evidence to stand in the way of constructing this sort of ideologically driven account of the 14th Amendment and its purposes. And let me just mention the book that Jamel referenced about Justice Thomas is Corey Robbins' The Enigma of Clarence Thomas. Really, really interesting read. So
yeah, we just talked about the enigma of Clarence Thomas a couple days ago.
So we have that Civil Rights Act, and the next really big and infamous Supreme Court case from this era we want to talk about is the civil rights cases in 1883. So what were those cases and what is so significant about them?
Yeah. So the Civil Rights Act of 1875 is the last dying wish of Charles Sumner, who was one of the foremost radical Republicans, and it outlaws discrimination essentially in public accommodations, in theaters and railways and so on and so forth. And a challenge to the Civil Rights Act makes its way, and of course, building on Cruikshank and this idea about state actors, makes its way to the Supreme Court. And in 1883, arrives at the Supreme Court, which decides that they must strike down the Civil Rights Act, that it's unconstitutional, because once again, if you have a hotel and you don't want Black people to stay there, you're not an agent of the state. You are an individual person. If you have a stagecoach or a rail car, you get to make your own decision about who you want to be in there. You're not a state actor. And so just as the mob that arises and that is terrorizing people without state intervention and often goaded by the state is not state action, so too are these exclusions not state action. And this is the decision in which, again, our friend Justice Bradley reveals himself, and says, how long? This is 20 years after slavery ends. And he says, he's just so exhausted with it. How long must the Black man be the special favorite of the laws? Here we are 20 years after the shackles have been removed. And so I love it.
And we all know slavery wasn't that bad. It was basically like an internship. You learned skills, you got to do on-the-job training.
Well, exactly. So now
it
should be
nice skills.
And when you hear Justice Roberts in the SSFA case, right, say, You know, here we are 23 years into the 25 that Justice O'Connor made up for affirmative action, and there's no end in sight. You know, he's almost hysterical. Like this idea that there has to be a cutoff, like how long, but they're saying this 20 years after the end of slavery. They're already impatient to end the project of full citizenship for Black people. And so that's just another moment of Justice Bradley. Obviously, we know about the Bradwell versus Illinois case that you all talk about often, in which Myra Bradwell wants to, her law license. And we get this, it's not just the decision, but this incredible, weird language from Bradley about the delicacy of women and the role of women in the home, and how they are prepared by the creator for domestic tranquility, I guess.
He's talking about the Constitution of the United States. He's talking about the Constitution of the family. I mean, it's actually a very conscious effort to demote the 14th Amendment in favor of a kind of natural law reading where men are superior and protectors.
Absolutely. I mean, he just keeps popping up. He's like, Zelig, or I don't know, maybe Forrest Gump. But he's a through line in all of this. And I just think it's important because sometimes I think when people hear us talk about particular Supreme Court justices, it sounds, kind of petty or something. But there have always been villains, on the court who have a very clear agenda of where they want to go. This has never been balls and strikes, right? And, we see it later with Justice Fields around, corporate personhood in the 14th Amendment. That's also lots of sleight of hand, lots of deliberation there with, making things up that aren't in a case and claiming they are. This is that period. It's one of the reasons this is such an important period to study, is because it really gives us this window into how the Supreme Court can wield its power. We saw this also during the New Deal. There are these moments when the curtain is off, and it makes it impossible to imagine that this is balls and strikes. And this is one of those periods. And so the Civil Rights Act case ends up in 1883. The Civil Rights cases is a conglomeration of 5 cases challenging discrimination in public accommodations, which is lost, and that sets us up for Plessy in 1896.
So I guess now I want to start to bring us to bridging, past and present even more explicitly, than we have been doing thus far, and think about how, some of these cases, or if you would like to mention others, how they help us understand, what is happening today. And I guess I will put a few on the table, and then, Jamel, I'll turn it over to you, and then Sherilyn. So, when I look at, for example, Trump versus Anderson, this case about whether states can enforce, a provision of the 14th Amendment. And the clear fear of the court is about how radical, that would be. It's difficult not to think of Slaughterhouse, or when I think of Brnovich versus DNC and narrowing, right, the scope of the Voting Rights Act, or Trump versus the United States, right, eliminating an attempt to enforce the Enforcement Acts. These are efforts to whittle down statutes, right, based on skepticism of the underlying project, that they were trying to fulfill. Or looking ahead, Louisiana versus Calais. I mean, there too, it's like time's up, right? Time's up for enforcing voting rights or civil rights. So that was a very brief overview of a few just quick references. But Jamel, I guess I'll turn it over to you first, and then Sherilyn.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the connection between the Redemption Court and the present day Roberts Court is all about. I mean, it's quite similar. I mean, both recognize in their own ways the kind of expansiveness of the 14th Amendment, of the Reconstruction Amendments. They both quite clearly see that they are important obstacles to the preservation of a particular social order. So for the Roberts Court, the 14th Amendment, an obstacle to obviously allowing Trump to be on the ballot again, but like broadly an obstacle to the kind of hierarchical social relations that the conservatives seem quite invested in, right? Wanting to enable, states in particular to be able to reify these things in law and culture. And so they see the 14th Amendment as an obstacle. It's an obstacle to giving states, unrestricted control over who is eligible to be a voter and who can vote and who can participate. It's an obstacle to elevating the rights of certain practitioners of religious traditions over other Americans. It's just like this major obstacle to a less egalitarian society. And so I think the Roberts Court, sees it as just something that has to be chipped away at, given its own interest in a more hierarchical society. It's like not. That's very similar to where the Redemption Court was, seeing the 14th Amendment and its, I think, just plain expansiveness, an obstacle, if not to realizing a particular social order, then at least to preserving an older one, preserving what was left of the pre-war social order.
Sherilyn, did you want to?
Yeah, it's taken me a while to understand the scope of the project to dismantle the 14th Amendment. But it is a project, and it's almost from, its ratification, it's been a project. And the parts that feel particularly offensive, I think, to someone like a Roberts is what we've already talked about, this idea that states are subordinate to the national government. I think there's also an idea of congressional power that is offensive to those who oppose the 14th Amendment. I mean, it's what I was saying earlier. The framers of the 14th Amendment were very clear that the states could not be trusted to protect the rights that were articulated in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship. Understood that if that provision of the 14th Amendment were to have any teeth and were to be real in the lives of free and formerly enslaved Black people, you would need to put in some protections to ensure it could happen, because we couldn't trust the states to do it. Why couldn't we trust them? Because those framers, like Andrew Johnson, had done some research. Andrew Johnson hoped his research would turn out a different way, but it didn't. He sent his friend Carl Schurz down to check out conditions in the South. The Joint Committee on Reconstruction investigated conditions in the South, and what they found was very alarming. What they found was that there was still this strong insurrectionist vibe throughout the South. Carl Schurz said, it seemed to hardly matter to them to commit treason, that they were just going along until they could get their power back. And the Joint Committee as well, they were shocked when these Confederate generals, walked into Congress and said, we want our seats with the representatives of Georgia. They have elected us to be seated. And they hadn't even made a loyalty oath to the Union, right? So they saw this arrogance, this belligerence, and they also saw this ongoing white supremacy and the violence of it on these tours. Carl Schurz talks about the obsession of whites in the various states he visited with physical compulsion, believing that Black people could not work without being whipped. They're just kind of horrified by what they see. So they know this is not going away. And that's the reason why there's Section 2, right, of the 14th Amendment, which tries to impose some penalty on states that don't allow Black men to vote, because they know the southern states are going to try to keep Black men from voting. And that's Section 3, which says if you participated in insurrection, you can't serve in state or federal government. These are the protections they've put in place. And then the ultimate protection is, and Congress has the power. So they're well aware, they've done the research. It's again like Section 5. They've done the research to understand what they are up against. They're not going to just say the nice words like the rest of our Bill of Rights, where you just say all the nice words, but you're not sure. That could undermine the ability to make those rights real. And so they create these protections, and those protections are offensive to those who are in opposition to the 14th Amendment. They are offended by the idea of Congress having the power, the discretion to decide how to protect those rights. They are offended by the idea that you can suggest that you can't be on the ballot if you participated in this insurrection. They are offended by the whole idea that you would be solicitous of Black voting. And I think we just have to confront. I wrote a piece at some point called the other constitutional crisis, because, it's always like we're going to have one as soon as the president defies the Supreme Court. And I'm like, but what about the slow rolling constitutional crisis of trying to undo a constitutional amendment? And so I think helping myself see the project that way is what kind of got me towards thinking about a 14th Amendment center, because this is not just about affirmative action in this case or that case. It is about a whole project of constitutional undoing.
Maybe let's end with a forward-looking question. And Sherilyn, your last answer started to get us there, but maybe Jamel, and then we'll come back to you, Sherilyn. What can we do in this moment, right? I mean, beyond podcasting, which is obviously going to save democracy from all the threats. But I mean, increasing public education, stopping repeating the mistakes of the past. Like, there's a couple of things that you think we need to do. What do those look like?
Well, I mean, I think actually public education is an important part of this. We started this conversation kind of noting how little so many Americans know about Reconstruction and redemption. And one of the things that's actually been striking over the last, let's say, decade or so is that it's still relatively few Americans, but like many more than before. Like there's sort of a slow moving, growing understanding of the importance of Reconstruction to the present moment, of kind of the lessons of the period, like a renewed interest in the period. And so I think, people like us can just engage in like just more public discussion and conversation about Reconstruction. The administration's effort against birthright citizenship is like prompted more interest in sort of the origins of the birthright citizenship clause, and has provided an opportunity for more discussion of the Reconstruction amendments. And I think that public education piece has to necessarily be part of a political piece. I think too often, we, I'm using kind of broad we, separate, public education, that's nonpartisan, and then politics, then that's a little separate. But I think in the same way that Reconstruction was a partisan political project, I think that any attempt to actually realize the values and the aim of Reconstruction is necessarily going to be something of a partisan and ideological project. And so that would mean, whatever lawmakers you are aligned with, like not just, pressuring them on concrete policy things, but like make it a point of discussion. Like, well, how do you view, like, what is your constitutional vision? It's not a question we talk about very much these days, I think, on the political left. Certainly on the political right, they talk about it all the time. On the political left, not so much of a conversation of what is the Constitution to you? Like, what does it mean? What is your vision for constitutional government? And really try to make this effort to have lawmakers and candidates like say just openly, like, I believe in the fullest vision of the 14th Amendment. I believe in an expansive reading of the 13th Amendment. I will nominate judges who will bring back the badges and incidences of slavery, right? Like that's the kind of thing you want to pressure lawmakers to make those kinds of commitments. And I think that's the other part of it. It's sort of educating the public, but then also sort of real pressure on politicians to be like, this is what I want to hear from you about the Constitution.
And Sherilyn, what about you?
Well, certainly here on public education, I do think it begins with lawyers. It astounds me how many judges don't know this history, and I go and speak to judges all the time. If a judicial organization calls me, I assure you I will come. I never turn down a group of judges who ask me to come and talk about the 14th Amendment because it's that important. I do think that lawyers and law students have to feel more comfortable with these concepts and with this history and see it as part of American history. But, what I want is for the 14th Amendment and the principles of it to feel as comfortable for people as any other that American people feel comfortable with. I've said it all the time. People have no problem talking about their Second Amendment rights. People talk about their First Amendment rights all the time.
Too.
I don't
Wrongly.
mean lawyers. I mean ordinary people. Often they have it wrong. Often they're wrong. But they feel like they know what their First Amendment rights are. You can be in a conversation joking with somebody and they'll say, "Oh, I plead the Fifth." It's not that we don't ever talk about the Constitution in normal language, but even those of us who are civil rights lawyers, or activists, if someone is the subject of bias, we don't say they violated their 14th Amendment rights. We say they were discriminated against, or there was prejudice, or there was bias, but we don't ground it in the Constitution. And that's on us that people in this country think that when we talk about race, we're talking about feelings and we're talking about morality, and we're not talking about the Constitution. And so my hope in the public education space, and part of what I want to do at the center, is to have an opportunity to embed, to inculcate the ordinary American public with the ideas, the values, the principles of the 14th Amendment, and to make people feel comfortable with understanding there is a part of our Constitution that tried to correct something. Our Constitution is not perfect, never was perfect, probably never will be, and was never intended to be the 14th Amendment. It's the concept. It's actually what happened, that there was an ambition about what this country could possibly be. And there was an effort to put that ambition. There was a learning curve, what we learned about the states, right? That they couldn't be trusted with certain things. What we learned about rebalancing power. Like, it's this incredibly powerful democratic moment. And I use it as inspiration for what I hope will be a moment, if we manage to make it past this period. No guarantees that we do. But if we do, that's the spirit that we should have towards thinking about refreshing democracy in America. It's allowed. You can do it. We've done it before. You can make a new country. So I think we need to learn about Reconstruction and the Civil War amendments and this period also as a sense of empowerment, to empower ourselves to feel like we can be constitutional actors, that we can be founders.
On that note, that there is something popular and populist about approaching the Constitution as an unfinished project that we too can have a say in, maybe at the end of all of this.
All right. Well, you know what? What's up, the man? Well, shit, we're down to 2 people in the chat. I did say it would be boring, and I've noticed that John Galt and who else has started up their foolishness. Looks like people have gone to more fertile ground, and I am at 3 hours and 20 minutes. I may do an evening show. I may not. Unfortunately, I don't do that anti-black bullshit and other things that people find so entertaining. But so we go. Quick update on this Diddy trial. I'll just go here because that's the last time I updated. So looks like the sentencing part of this hearing has actually started. The U.S. Attorneys apparently want 11 years. Diddy wants time served. So I guess that part will be going on for a while. I'll drop the link. This is a guy who's inside of the court actually covering the trial. And if you have a X, you can click that link and follow it, because to be honest, I don't really find it all that interesting to follow. I am interested in the outcome. I'm just not interested in the nuts and bolt details. So I think I'm going to wrap it up for now. It is almost midday. Let me double check. I may have had another video I wanted to show, but at this point, it's something that can be shown later. Let's see. So what I can do is go ahead and start working on tomorrow's show, which I think will be around, I don't know, 10 o'clock in the morning or so, Eastern time. Actually, you know what? Let's show this. Might as well. Because I meant to show this initially and just didn't. But she made me laugh a couple times at least.
I will be involved with the military.
And this will be our concluding video.
Mandatory, even though it hurts Black soldiers. And if women can't pass the physical tests, tough, because the only skills used in the military are physical feats of strength. And, listening to him talk and contextualizing it with the fact that he goes to a church run by this idiot, and all of these mediocre white men and all of these Christian nationals are throwing a fit about anyone in America who's not a Christian white straight man. And they want to take away my rights even more. Your rights, women. They want us to not be able to vote. They want us to be stuck in houses with abusive men. They want us to not be able to get mortgages, credit cards. And when he was talking, I just got so mad, like a visceral response. And to Doug Wilson and the Christian nationals and misogynists like Charlie Kirk, to all of them I say, fuck you. It is not my fault that you are mediocre. It is not my fault that you are not succeeding in this society. If you want to get a dartboard and start placing blame, I suggest you print out a picture of Ronald Reagan, because he is to blame. He is the one who actively fought against an educated proletariat. He is the one that crippled the labor movement. He is the one who heard the obscure theory and said, oh, yeah, if we don't tax the rich, then all of their wealth that we don't take from them will trickle down. And that will take care of society. We don't need to tax the rich. It'll work that way. And 50 years later, the biggest transfer of wealth has happened, and all of it has gone to them and none of it to us. You can't get good education. You can't get a good wage. You can't afford anything. They keep blocking healthcare. They keep making sure that we're relying on fossil fuels instead of moving forward with the rest of the world and trying to protect the world. And you vote for them because the people with those policies are the ones that you vote for. Mediocre white men who hate anybody who is not a mediocre white man. And it's just ridiculous. A lot of things aren't set up for you. School isn't set up for you. Making little boys start in kindergarten and sit in rows and quiet, there's no worse way to learn. It is set up for us. It's natural that we excel. But you see, the thing is that because y'all have all of this privilege, because you are the most powerful demographic in the world, theoretically, white American men, the fact that you still aren't succeeding makes you feel bad about yourself. Rightly so. You should. And Charlie Kirk saying that, if he saw a black pilot, he'd wonder if he was qualified, was just really stupid. Because looking around, all I see is a bunch of white men who are not qualified for where they are. I know that a black person in any position worked 50 times harder than a white one in the same. Black women are surpassing all of us because they've never got to just rest on what color their skin was when they came out of their mother's vagina. What a stupid thing to be proud of, especially if you actually understand that race is a construct. Race is a social construct. And I know you guys have real issues with that because you don't understand that gender is one as well. But see, with race, you take our blood, you look at it under a microscope, you can't tell what race anybody is. You might be able to tell genetically where their common ancestors were, but there's no black marker. There's no Chinese marker because it's a construct, which means it's impossible for any of us to be superior to another. There's dumb white people. There's smart white people. The smart white people succeed. See, that's the thing with me. I was raised by a father who told me I can do anything. And I'm married to a husband who tells me that he can do anything. I'm not an idiot. I can babysit my own kids, go out to have fun. See, I have been surrounded by exceptional white men. And so it's really hard for me to understand what's happening in this country until I think about it a little bit more and realize how terrifying it must be to be a mediocre white man and to see all of the white supremacy that our ancestors fought so hard for, to see it start crumbling. DEI taking away that strength that allowed you to suck and still get jobs. And yeah, they're bringing it back for you. Clearly, look at the idiots running everything. It's not merit-based. We know it isn't. It's just white sycophants. That's it. You gotta be white and you have to kiss Trump's ass. So while y'all are filleting him, we will continue to spread the truth and organize against you. Because I'm not going back to what my grandmother fought against. I'm not letting that happen to my daughter. I'm not letting it happen to my sons. We are moving towards a good and better America. And right now it's just this little blip where you pathetic pawn scums of humanity are rearing your ugly heads and screaming. And it's fine. We thought y'all were gone. You were just dormant. But now we know. We know now. And so that's just going to change our tactics.
I'm trying to figure out what CapCut actually is and whether I can get it for free. So let's see, what else? Was there anything else I wanted to show today? Probably not. We'll watch a little bit of this. What I want to do is just go ahead and get to 4 hours, which is right about half an hour from now.
That's what we.
So we'll just listen to Mr. Lookner.
I don't know if it'll. Some of our viewers think it'll take all day. I don't know that. I don't know how long Diddy's going to address the court for. How long the victims will address the court for.
Seems rather odd that Diddy, I had no clue Diddy was this big a figure in American culture, but apparently all eyes are on him.
Have taken place. Okay, so but just to, you can't see me anymore. Why can't you see me? Oh, you can see me. Okay, I thought you couldn't see me. No, you can see me. Let's take some comments from you guys. Maybe we should do another poll. Let's do a poll about what to expect here with the sentencing and see if you guys have changed at all. Yeah, people are saying they can see me. I was messed up for a second, thought you couldn't see me. Let me just real quick.
You know, actually, I've been planning on testing out EV Mux for about a month now. Maybe that's what I'll do for the evening show. I think that's what I'm going to do.
I just want to check and see if I have any other reporting on this. If you give me 2 seconds.
Because it's way cheaper than I've been doing
Oh,
StreamYard
I
month
have
to month,
bonus video for you
meaning to figure out
of a
what's
protest
going to be
going
the
on at the
cheapest.
ICE facility outside
Because
Chicago.
we aren't a millionaire.
Maybe we can put that on in the corner or something.
I have
I'm gonna figure out how
OBS,
to do this. Give
and
me
I'm reading a book on it now. If I can do OBS, it seems to be a lot more robust in that you can control a lot more things. But it's
Hold on a
also
moment.
it also seems fairly complicated.
How is the best way to do this? Just I need a second to figure this out. Is it this one? Watch this. Here's how we'll do this.
So let's do
Okay, so I gotta put this in the corner. That is what you're looking at there. What you're looking at there is that is in Broadview, Illinois. And you have some protesters protesting outside the Chicago ICE facility. Seems like it's not really, it's not like they're not fighting or anything at the moment. But I just wanted to show you that. Oh, I'm covering. It's not. It's kind of tough. I don't want to, block everything. So. But that is. I got to put up. Oh, it just went. Well, we just lost the feed for a second. Well, I'll go back to it later when I have the feed again. Hang on, just trying to keep everything organized here. So I need to check something else here. Oh, I can give you a little update here, by the way. Sean Diddy Combs has not fully expressed remorse, judge says at sentencing. That's from Reuters. Reuters reports Sean Diddy Combs has not fully expressed remorse for the conduct that led to his conviction on prostitution-related charges, a U.S. judge said today at his sentencing hearing. At Diddy's sentencing hearing. A jury convicted Diddy Combs on 2 counts of arranging for paid male escorts to travel across state lines to take part in drug-fueled sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with Combs' girlfriends while he recorded video and pleasured himself, I'll say. The jury acquitted Combs on the more serious charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, which could have earned him a life sentence. Those charges hinged on prosecutors' accusation that Combs used violence and threats to coerce his girlfriends to take part in the encounters. Combs' lawyers acknowledged that he had physically abused his girlfriends, but argued they willingly took part in the sexual performances. Okay, the judge today, all right, let me, a little more background here as we wait for the hearing to resume. Reuters says the judge said the narrative advanced by Diddy and his lawyers that the case involved nothing more than transporting people across state lines to engage in consensual sexual activity was flatly inconsistent with both reality and any acceptance of responsibility. The judge said Combs had expressed remorse for some of his conduct, but had not apologized for the prostitution offenses at the heart of the conviction. The judge has not yet imposed a sentence. The judge said he agreed with the probation officers that federal guidelines call for a sentence of between 70 and 87 months, but also the judge said the guidelines were merely advisory, so he can deviate from those guidelines. Combs faces up to 20 years in prison, but the judge has wide discretion in crafting a punishment. Prosecutors are pushing for at least 11 and a quarter years. Defense lawyers say the appropriate sentence is 14 months, which would mean Combs would be released today. Oh no, which would mean Combs would be released by the end of the year after receiving credit for time served. Okay, so let me just see here if we have, hang on a second. Rick Clark thinks Diddy will be home by Christmas. Oh, I know what we got to do. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. I have to switch one of these things here. I am checking Matthew Lee's reporting. They're back. The hearing just resumed. The hearing just resumed. Right now, the defense is defense making argument. The defense statement is ongoing. Okay, the defense is making their statement right now. We are back. Let's show you defense making their statement to judge. And let me show you what Matthew. We didn't get to do the poll. Well, we did one earlier. We'll do one again at some point. But let me give you the update right now of what's going on in the courtroom. This is from Matthew Lee. Here it is. 11:51 a.m. They are back. And it's Combs' lawyer, Driscoll, who is speaking. Driscoll, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. So are we going to hear statements from all four of Diddy's lawyers? Are we going to hear multiple defense statements? We might. That could take a while. I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. Combs is a lawyer. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. So the defense here is arguing that the judge should not stick to the sentencing guidelines, which is 70 to 87 months. Hey, thanks, Linda Cosmar, member, Tube Angel. Steve Ward, thank you. So the defense are making their statement, although it might be multiple statements. Yes. So multiple defense attorneys are supposed to speak. I don't know how many, and I don't know how long they will speak for. Mark Sarpe says they shouldn't stick to the guidelines, they should go above them. CNN reports Combs gave a thumbs up as he walked back to his seat. All I have to do is get some more water. If you give me a second, when we get our next update, I'm gonna pour myself some water when that happens. Let me just see if we have another update about the defense statement going on right now. Yes, we do. So the prosecution had cited this other case involving this person, Jordan, and claimed that this case was similar, and claimed that in that case, there was a really serious sentence given. And here the defense is trying to argue why that case was importantly different from this case. Combs' lawyer Driscoll. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. So remember, Diddy has been convicted of transporting people for purposes of prostitution. Diddy's lawyer says that the DOJ has long said that prosecutions under the Mann Act, which includes this prosecution, should focus on the commercial cases. So the lawyer is saying, look, some people convicted of transporting people for prostitution are running a business and they're making money off. They're like, they're the people who run the prostitution ring, and they're making money off this. And those people should get more serious sentences. But Diddy was not making money off of this. That's what you can see. That's what what Diddy's lawyers is saying. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. Honey Bunch of Slugs says he didn't need money. Anyway, so that argument's being made right now. All right, I'm just going to fill up my water bottle. My water glass, my glass of water. Hold on, I need about 10 seconds to fill up my glass of water. Give me 10 seconds.
Well, apparently this press conference is going to take a while. We are at noon, and I am at 3:47. Diddy better get out here. I am not going to go much longer for something I don't particularly care about. I'm interested in the verdict or the sentencing, not that interested in the details.
I'm back. Sorry, I was muted. I am back. I am back right now. I'm back. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry, I was muted. I am back. I am back right now. I'm back. Thank you. Now I'm hearing two of me. Hang on a second here. Okay. Do we have an update from the defense statement? No, not yet. Quick thanks to, did I thank Space Fraggle? Thanks, Space Fraggle, for your support. Hold on. Bringing you live coverage of the sentencing hearing. Still no more update from, waiting for another update from Matthew Lee, who is inside the courtroom. The defense, one of the defense lawyers has begun the statement. Thanks again to our moderators who are here as we bring you live updates. Really appreciate it. Let me just thank some. Ruth Krafasi is over there right now, moderating on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I got that fire, McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Also on Twitch, thanks to Timido1. Hang on. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X. Our Facebook moderators include people like Kay Larry, Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for moderating too. Do we have an update from Matthew? Nope. We're still updateless from Matthew. In the meantime, maybe while we have a second waiting for updates, let's do another poll. We'll do another one like the one we did earlier. I'm saying, what will sentence be? Time served, 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, over 10 years. Those are the four choices. Let me post this again. What will sentence be? Time served, 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, more than 10 years. All right, the poll should be posted now. I'm going to show you what you guys are saying right now in the chat. Here we go. First, here's what YouTube is saying. On YouTube, we have time served 15%, 0 to 5 years 28%, 5 to 10 years 37%, over 10 years 21%. Now let's look at Twitch and see how Twitch is weighing in. time served 14%, 0 to 5, 32%, 5 to 10, 34%, more than 10 years, 18%. Not that different.
Sorry for the crunching. I made some nachos, some homemade nachos.
Roger out thinks Twitch is always right. Yes, I am in Madrid, Spain, bringing you this coverage. I am in Madrid, Spain right now. So it might not look or sound like it normally does, but I am in Madrid, Spain. The judge, remember, the sentencing guideline is 70 to 87 months, but the judge can deviate from that. I guess what I should have done for the second option is say less than 5 years. So, because 5 years, as one of our viewers said, is in both two answers. But hopefully people get the idea. Okay, I'm going to wrap up the poll. But both, most of you, well, not most, the highest number is going, the plurality is going with 5 to 10 years, which would be in the sentencing guidelines. But a bunch of you think 0 to 5 years. And some others, the least amount, think time served. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Let's now check for updates from the actual hearing. We have updates from the hearing. Updates from the hearing right now. Okay. So Inner City Press, Matthew Lee says that says, as Combs Driscoll goes on about U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, Inner City Press has put up an extra about that case, which it covered. So the prosecution, just long story short, the prosecution said, hey, there's this other case, which we think is like this case. That's the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. And Dylan Jordan got a really harsh sentence in that case, got a harsh sentence, so you should give a harsh sentence in this case. And the defense is countering that by arguing that that case is importantly different from this case. Combs lawyer Driscoll. Look, there is another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18 CR 20376 from the $0.8 million for themselves in their, I guess, transportation for prostitution, and they got 15 months. So you see what's happening here is the defense is just trying to convince the judge to give a lesser sentence.
Mr. DiCapriano, thank you for supporting the show. You are a stalwart. So I just put up pretty much the weekend show is sponsored by these 4, and I blame them for anything I say. Black Knight Lupin, the CKJ 3, and now Mr. DiCapriano, sponsors of the show. Tomorrow, it's going to kind of center around Eddie Glaude, who's a classmate of Lupin's. And I had some other things. It's pretty much going to be talking about race in American culture. So I warn you now. And I don't know Ryan, I have no clue what you're talking about. The name of the show literally comes from something Ta-Nehisi Coates said. Excuse me, I burped. The title of the show literally comes from something Ta-Nehisi Coates said. Yesterday evening, we watched the podcast that he and Ezra Klein did. So, Mr. Coates said he wants to turn, all this ideology spewed forth by the likes of Charlie Kirk. He wants to turn them all into phrenologists. And earlier in today's show, we looked at what a phrenologist is or was. Basically, it was pseudoscience. At the time, it sounded like good science, but it has been since proven like nowhere near scientific method or anything like that. It was just real superficial, just like race is superficial. It's so funny to hear people like John Galt or CT or these types of folks talk about Black Americans. Most Black Americans have European heritage. The rape and pillage of African slaves was so bad. So even the stupid racial paradigm of black and white, you hear all the time of white people or people who are racialized or present as white go, oh shit, I didn't know I had an African great-great-grandpa. Happens all the time. The wonderful thing about America is there has been so much the melting pot or the mixing bowl might even be a better analogy. It's only the racists like John Galt and Be Brave, and I can think of all kinds of other racists after listening to a couple shows overnight. Y'all are just fucking fools. And much of this ideology that gets spewed is just simply a mix of feelings and just racist attitudes. It's amazing how stupid people can be. And you know what? If I'm brutal and hurt some feelings, fuck it. I'm just, dude, I'm not going to even mention who I listened to last night. I wasn't the usual suspects. I was kind of shocked. I'm like, how can these are all people who are fucking over like 30, 35? How the fuck can they be so uneducated? It's like they were educated at the school of old wives' tales, and they just never got around to like, hey, the old wives' tale was such and such when I was in high school, and I spent all this time, on YouTube and never thought to go and prove it right or wrong. That's what I get a lot of. And the stupidity is the actual true color blindness. There's stupid white people. There are stupid black people in this particular YouTube sector, which I guess I'll call the racist there. It's like there's some dumb shit. I should call my show the Dumb Shit Daily, because I get all kinds of dumb shit, and it's amazing, truly. And then people want to fucking tell me that I do revisionist history. I laugh. It's like, how do you know? Have you read a history book lately? So anyway, I'll stop whining, and I am at 4:02. And unless anybody has anything better to do or to say or to contribute or to type, I'm thinking of just doing Evie Muck's testing this evening, and then I'll loop it in with maybe with an open panel, which I do reluctantly. But I've never really used Evie Muck's other than pushing a few buttons. I've never gone live with it, so it might be a learning curve. And if I have to fall back to StreamYard, I can do that. And my son apparently is deciding to come home this weekend, and so I've been using his room as a studio. So I guess I need to get this kind of cleaned out, and so I'll be sitting on the edge of my bed in my room unless I decide to go out. Maybe I'll just move it out to the living room. But the problem is I can close the door of my bedroom and not disturb anybody. So we'll see. But anyway, no Diddy result. And if there is one today, I'll mention it later on. So John Galt is doing his racist diatribe over there. I saw he was live. I'm not even, the title of it alone was just so fucking racist. I don't even want to go and see who's in his chat. People can deal with that racist drivel and then pretend like it's entertainment. More power to y'all. See y'all when you come over to my stream. So anyway, Capriano, Ryan, and all the other gang, Sin 7, TMKC, Brian Nichols was here. Who else was here? Ignat was here. Don't see Ignat too much. And some new faces. The Man. And I'm just going to forget everybody. Brooklyn Watson was here. Kimmy was here. Sugar Bum, who is who just came in hot. SD. Nightbreaker. Another more frequent face I'm seeing, and Uncle Fatty. Uncle Fatty, one of these days we need to talk about political punk. I find him actually rather interesting. Dragonfly Jones' cousin, first time that I can recall seeing. So welcome aboard. The venerable Kelvin. Hopefully he doesn't come in drunk like he did last night and made a total fool of himself. And I apologize for making you seem like a fool last night there, Kelvin, but it's what I do. And King Rooster, good to see you too. So anyway, Tropes, what's up? You're lurking. All right, well, cool. I'm thinking I'll be back on, and it's going to be ED muck testing again. It's quite a bit cheaper, at least it seems, than StreamYard. And oh, by the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button. Please, if you're new, and yeah, it can be boring and dry sometimes, but it does get fun occasionally. Share it out. We are up to 225. So we're making progress, and who knows? We might get close to 500 by the end of the year. I'm not in any huge rush, but like I used to tell my son, it's better to just reject an offer than having to scramble to get an offer. But luckily, I'm in no huge hurry because I'm there might be too many restrictions on being monetized. It's not like I ever say anything totally egregious, but I have to make a hard decision, and what I plan on doing is the folks, as many wrenches as I can get in on the decision, because there's some people who've been doing YouTube way longer than I have, and I kind of value, their input. So, before I make any monetization decision, it will definitely be something I talk, with as many wrenches as I can get in, like a closed door session. We can do it StreamYard or some other platform, but I need that kind of input because I just don't know enough. And I'm not doing a fucking club like a subscription. You join the club. Don't think I'm going to do that. It just seems too clubby. And let's see, what else do I have? Or I don't seek to form my own ghetto. So that is that. So Even if I don't do the EV Mux, probably will do, at least a brief show tonight just to catch up and shit. My son will be home, so I'm sure I will want to do a show. He'll probably fucking go out tonight or something with his friends. So I will see everyone later. More than likely, it'll be around 5 or so, or maybe even later. So talk to y'all later. Bye. If I can figure out how to end this thing.